Chapter 35-39. The woman in the phoenix robe looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You just said that the blood oath is targeted." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman in the phoenix robe smiled and said, "In other words, no matter what you encounter in the core area, as long as I take you out of the core area alive, I won't be punished, right?" Qin Feiyang's expression froze. Hearing this, he felt that he had overlooked a lot of details. The woman in the phoenix robe said again, "Also, even if I don't take you to the core area now, I won't be punished, right?" Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the phoenix robe laughed and said, "Okay, then you can find a way to go to the core area by yourself. At most, I'll accompany you." "You?" Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in the phoenix robe angrily. He didn't expect that he would be checkmated by this woman. It was his fault for being careless. When he made the blood oath, he should have thought more and expanded the scope. This way, this woman wouldn't be able to find these loopholes and flaws. "Although you made the blood oath to only guarantee my safety in the core area and let me leave alive, please understand the meaning of guarantee my safety," Qin Feiyang said angrily. At that time, he should have asked the woman in the phoenix robe to guarantee his safety in the entire region and let him leave the region alive. This would be more useful. But now, if she only guaranteed his safety in the core area, then as long as he didn't enter the core area or leave the core area, even if he died in the hands of the woman in the phoenix robe, it wouldn't be counted as a violation of the blood oath, let alone the punishment of heaven. Careless. Smart all his life, but stupid this time. It was also the woman in the phoenix robe's identity. The woman in the phoenix robe's identity was too terrifying, so he wanted to get this woman as soon as possible, so he neglected a lot of details, which put him in a very passive situation now. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in the phoenix robe and said with a smile, "Let's talk about it again." "There's nothing to talk about." The woman in the phoenix robe waved her hand with a complacent look on her face. "You want to fight with me? Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you have the ability?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. This was the difference of a chess move. Yun Zhongtian transmitted his voiceover, "Brother Qin, if it were up to this old man, I think we should just read her memories directly." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang stared at the woman in the phoenix robe, his eyes flashing. The phoenix-robed woman had a bad premonition in her heart when she saw this. She looked at Qin Feiyang with vigilance and asked, "What do you want to do? Is there really no room for negotiation?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course. Why should I help you go to the core area when you're trying to trick me like this? If you have the ability, go by yourself. If you don't have the ability, then return the god-slaying tablet to me as soon as possible and scram." The phoenix-robed woman snorted coldly. "Now you want to negotiate? How could there be such a good thing?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and grabbed her arm. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he said, "You forced me to do this. What are you doing? Let go." The woman in phoenix clothes panicked and shouted, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a puppet imprint appeared. It entered the top of the woman's head at lightning speed. This is, when the puppet imprint entered the top of her head, the woman in phoenix clothes realized that something was wrong. This seemed to be a kind of control secret technique. This arrogant human. Not only did he trick her with the blood oath, he also wanted to control her. This was intolerable. Boom. All of a sudden, a vast divine power rushed out of the woman in phoenix clothes consciousness and went straight for the puppet imprint. With a loud bang, the puppet imprint shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang immediately suffered a backlash. His entire body spun around, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he retreated repeatedly, and his complexion turned ghastly pale. "What's going on?" Yun Zhongtian's face changed and he hurried forward to support Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang remained silent. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a divine sun elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. The divine sun elixir was used to repair the spiritual soul. At this moment, his spiritual soul was suffering from a backlash and was constantly cracking. A fatal sense of danger rose in his heart. Yun Zhongtian looked angrily at the lady in the phoenix robes and his eyes narrowed immediately. He saw that the lady in the phoenix robes was covered with a fiery red divine flame from head to toe, just like a barrier, exuding a terrifying aura. What was more terrifying was that there seemed to be a fire phoenix dancing in the divine flame. "Why are you looking at me?" He asked for it. "Can't you speak properly? Why do you have to control me?" The woman in phoenix clothes snorted. Yun Zhongtian's eyes turned cold. This divine flame boundary was definitely not an ordinary item. However, no matter how strong it was, it could not be stronger than a sovereign weapon. He shouted, "Sword of the Grim Reaper!" Along with a loud clanging sound, the death god's sword came out, and rushed towards the phoenix-robed woman in an earth-shattering manner. Sovereign weapon. The woman in phoenix clothes' pupils shrank. That's right. Although Brother Qin's sovereign weapon is in the hands of Brother Wolf King, it does not mean that we do not have a sovereign weapon now. We are already being very courteous to you. If not for Brother Qin's benevolence, you would have been a corpse. Yun Zhongtian's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. The woman in phoenix clothes looked at the sword of the Grim Reaper in panic. She looked a little aggrieved. "It was this bastard who tried to control me first. Why can't I fight back?" She took out a divine sun elixir from her cosmos ring and handed it to Yun Zhongtian, saying, "Feed it to him." Yun Zhongtian did not pay much attention at first. Who did not have a divine sun elixir? But when he swept his gaze over it, he was stunned. There were 10 dragon-shaped elixir chi on it. 10 dragon-shaped elixir chi was something that even he, the overlord of the southern continent, had never seen before. The woman in phoenix clothes said, "If you don't feed it to him, don't blame me when his spiritual soul shatters." Yun Zhongtian quivered and hurriedly took the divine sun elixir. He turned and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's mouth. Boundless energy suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's body. Like a torrent, it surged towards his spiritual soul. For a divine pill, even if it was just an extra dragon-shaped elixir chi, the effect was as different as heaven and earth. For a divine pill with 10 dragon-shaped elixir chi, it was already the best elixir in the sky cloud realm. Not to mention regenerating flesh and bones, or bringing the dead back to life, but healing injuries was a matter of minutes. Qin Feiyang's shattered spiritual soul quickly stabilized and recovered. 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His face was a lot rosier. Yun Zhongtian asked with concern, "Brother Qin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head and got up to look at the woman in the phoenix robe. His expression was extremely complicated as he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for saving me, miss. I also sincerely apologize for my previous offense. If it wasn't for the divine sun elixir with 10 dragon-shaped elixir chi from the woman in the phoenix robe, he was afraid that this time he would really be in trouble." "It's okay. As long as you don't do such a dangerous thing next time. After all, controlling others is a very risky thing to do." As the woman in the phoenix robe spoke, she glanced at the sword of the Grim Reaper. The fear in her eyes could not be concealed. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zhongtian and said, "Elder Yun, put away the sword of the Grim Reaper." "Okay." Yun Zhongtian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the sword of the Grim Reaper disappeared into his body. The woman in the phoenix robe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The divine flame on her body also retracted into her body. "May I ask, what is this divine flame?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Of course it's to protect my things." The woman in the phoenix robe smiled proudly. "It seems that Mrs. status in the heavy region is not low. But there's something that I don't understand. Since the God-slaying tablet is Mrs. divine artifact, and according to Elder Yun and my judgment, the God-slaying tablet is at a critical moment of evolution, why would Miss place it here?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. If it were him, he would definitely carefully protect the God-slaying tablet. The woman in the phoenix robe frowned and asked, "Have you noticed that the God-slaying tablet is evolving?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You have good eyesight." The woman in the phoenix robe nodded in appreciation and said lightly, "The situation here is a little complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Moreover, I have no obligation to tell you." Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other. A trace of helplessness crept onto their faces. Qin Feiyang asked again, Then what about going to the core area? There's no room for discussion. The woman in the phoenix robe raised her head proudly. Okay. I'll find a way to go in myself. As long as you can guarantee my safety when the time comes. Qin Feiyang nodded. In this situation, he had no choice but to give in. Yun Zhongtian asked in a low voice, Brother Qin, aren't you going to wait for Brother Wolf King? Of course. Qin Feiyang replied without hesitation. Although the woman in the phoenix robe guaranteed, who knew what would happen when they entered the core area? Therefore, he was worried about leaving the white-eyed wolf alone outside. Moreover, with the horsetail whisk and the sword of death, he would have an additional ability to protect himself. However, what was the stance of this heavy region? Was it worth it for him to go and see? Because if he gambled wrongly, he would end up with his body smashed to pieces. Although the woman in the phoenix robe had already made a blood oath to guarantee his safety in the core area, what if she couldn't do it? After all, he didn't know much about the woman in the phoenix robe. At that time, not only would he die, but the woman in the phoenix robe would also die because of the blood oath. Don't think too much. Since you have already decided, then bravely go on. Besides, for this little girl to have a divine artifact like the god-slaying monument and 10 dragon elixirs with elixir chi, her identity and status should not be simple. She will definitely be able to help us. Yun Zhongtian could see the apprehension in Qin Feiyang's heart and spoke to him telepathically. What about you, elder? If I really gambled wrongly this time, you will suffer along with me. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Life and death are fated, riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. This old man knows your current situation very well. If this old man was afraid of death, I would not have chosen to stand with you. On the other hand, since this old man has chosen to stand with you, that proves that this old man is prepared to sacrifice himself at any time. If that day really comes, this old man does not ask for much. I only ask that Brother Qin will treat my Yun family well. Yun Zhongtian smiled secretly. When Qin Feiyang heard those words, he could not help but stare blankly at Yun Zhongtian. After a long while, he spoke with a smile. Don't worry, elder. Even if I die, I will not make you sacrifice yourself. Yun Zhongtian shook his head and laughed. To have that kind of heart was enough. Chapter 3540. Qin Feiyang looked up at the woman in the phoenix robe and said with a smile, Since you don't want to take us to the core area, there's no need for you to follow us blindly. Are you trying to chase me away? The woman in the phoenix robe was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, I think that you're wasting your time by staying with us now. I'm doing this for your sake. Then should I thank you? The woman in the phoenix robe was stunned. If you really want to thank me, that's fine. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shameless. The woman in the phoenix robe snorted and said indifferently, I really have to follow you now. What if you encounter any danger along the way and the god-slaying tablet falls into the hands of others? Fine. Do whatever you want. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to turn to Yun Zhongtian and say, Let's go and find the white-eyed wolf. Okay. Yun Zhongtian nodded. The two of them stepped forward and went back the way they came. So slow. The woman in the phoenix robe followed behind and could not help but frown. At this speed, it would take a lot of time to even get to the inner area, let alone the core area. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day. The woman in the phoenix robe finally began to lose her patience and said with a frown, Where is the white-eyed wolf that you're talking about? Don't rush us. We're different from you. You're not bound by gravity and can travel thousands of miles in a minute, but we can only move forward step by step. A journey that should take half an hour will take at least 10 days to half a month. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. How troublesome. The woman in the phoenix robe muttered and looked ahead. Anyway, the white-eyed wolf is in this direction, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman in the phoenix robe waved her hand and swept up Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian before she shot through the air like lightning. The two of them looked at each other. The gravity around them disappeared in an instant. The feeling of not being bound by gravity was really comfortable. In just a few hundred breaths, the white-eyed wolf entered their sight. Stop. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the woman in the phoenix robe slammed on the brakes and stopped in the void. She looked at the white-eyed wolf in front and asked suspiciously, "Isn't it the white-eyed wolf you're looking for?" "It is." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then why did you stop?" "The woman in the phoenix robe. Why are you asking so many questions? Can't you just watch quietly?" Qin Feiyang glared at her. "Bastard, you dare to glare at me." The woman in the phoenix robe. But Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian did not bother with him anymore as they watched the ingrate from afar. To see to see. See the to look again. It to be hundreds to see it toit to see to see, it to survive to cs to see to and. Hundreds of meters of the ground was stained with blood. This was the blood stain left by the white-eyed wolf. The gravity here had already reached its limit. It couldn't walk, and even standing was extremely difficult. But it had been persevering. Every time it wanted to give up, it would think of Qin Feiyang. If Qin Feiyang could do it, why couldn't it? Sometimes, it would think of Lunatic. If Lunatic knew about it, he would definitely laugh at it. That was absolutely not possible. In fact, the white-eyed wolf's thoughts were very simple. There was no scheming. It simply didn't want to lose to Qin Feiyang and be laughed at by Lunatic. Therefore, it relied on this belief to persevere until now. No matter how uncomfortable and painful it was, its eyes shone with a determined light. Suddenly, it staggered and its weak body fell to the ground. "I can't fall." It roared in its heart and forcibly stabilized its body. Shaking its head, it continued to move forward step by step. Under the pressure of gravity, blood flowed out, forming a bloody path. "What is it doing?" The lady in the phoenix robe was curious. But Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian did not bother with her as they stared fixedly at the ingrate, their hands clenched tightly as they muttered, "Wolf cub, hold on. You can definitely do it." Another day passed. In the whole day, the white-eyed wolf had only walked 5 or 6 meters. This speed was slower than Qin Feiyang's. Of course. The gravity here was also incomparable to where Qin Feiyang was in the past. It could be said that every meter, the gravity was different. And there was a disadvantage. The white-eyed wolf's cultivation was lower than Qin Feiyang's by a small realm. The white-eyed wolf raised its head with difficulty and looked at the dark sky. It muttered, "Everyone says that I don't work hard and like to pick up ready-made things. Today, I will prove to you that there are times when I work hard too." With that, it continued to move forward. Every step was like walking in a quagmire. The injuries on its body were getting more and more serious. Blood kept dripping and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Until late at night, it swayed even more violently, like an old man on the verge of death. Its weak expression and powerless appearance were heartbreaking. Bang! Finally, it could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Its eyes were dim and lifeless. Even breathing was difficult. If little Qinzi can do it, why can't I? Am I really not as good as little Qinzi? It lay there, muttering silently. The woman in the phoenix dress turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian. She frowned and said, "Are you going to just watch? Do you know that it is courting death?" "We know. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago," Qin Feiyang said. The woman in the phoenix dress was puzzled. "Since you know, why are you still leaving it alone?" Qin Feiyang said, "You don't understand it. If I step in now, not only will it not thank me, but it will also blame me." "Blame you?" The woman in the phoenix dress was stunned. She said speechlessly, "Then I really don't understand. The way you people get along is really strange." Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently and continued to look at the white-eyed wolf. Time passed breath by breath. The white-eyed wolf lay on the ground with its eyes closed. It did not move at all, as if it had been centuries. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's motionless eyelids slowly opened. Although its eyes were weak, it gave people a feeling of sharpness like a blade. "I am Wolf King, the one with the fighting soul. My future is bright. How can I fall here? How can I lose to little Qinzi? No, I can't lose. Isn't it just gravity? What's so great about it?" The white-eyed wolf gritted its teeth and slowly got up. Every movement seemed to be extremely difficult. Then, It began to move forward slowly again. Its eyes were as tough as steel. Yun Zhongtian said with a smile, "Brother Wolf King, you are indeed extraordinary. Under this kind of gravity, if it was someone with the same cultivation as the white-eyed wolf, he admitted that he could not do it. Because he had been to the heavy region several times. Before breaking through to the sovereign realm, he had never gone so deep. He had tried before. Could he reach the inner area with his iron-like willpower? But there was no way. In the end, he could not bear it and could only retreat. He could not compare to the willpower of the white-eyed wolf. Time flew by. Dawn came, and the sky began to turn white. There were still some differences between the heavy region and the Yin Demon Land. In the Yin Demon Land, the sky was dark, and it was difficult to see the light. But the sky in the heavy region was no different from the sky outside. This was still possible. At least they could see the sunlight, and see a glimmer of hope. Woo-woo. But suddenly, there was the sound of wind coming from the left side. Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw a storm madly sweeping towards them, affecting an area of dozens of miles. Damn it. At this time, a storm actually came. For Brother Wolf King, isn't it one disaster after another? Yun Zhongtian cursed angrily. The phoenix-robed woman said indifferently, "It's just a small storm, what's the big deal? For you, not to mention a small storm, even a large storm doesn't matter. But for Brother Wolf King, this is a disaster," Yun Zhongtian said in a deep voice. The last time the storm appeared, it was because the black-bearded old man and the others were there. Everyone worked together to avoid the disaster. But now, the white-eyed wolf was alone. And now, the white-eyed wolf was already extremely weak. He could not even stand steadily, let alone face the storm. It could be said that, once he was submerged by the storm, the white-eyed wolf would be in a dead end. Brother Qin, Yun Zhongtian looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him as he stared at the white-eyed wolf. His hands were tightly clasped together as he muttered, "I believe in you, you can do it." At the same time, the white-eyed wolf heard the sound of the wind and turned his head with difficulty to look at the storm. "Your sister. Even the heavens don't like me." Of all the times when the storm would come, it just had to come at this time. The most important thing was that it just so happened to pass by him. The central region was so big and there was only such a small storm. Couldn't you pass by from other places? Complaining was complaining, but he still had to face it seriously. With his current state, it was simply unrealistic for him to avoid the storm. And as the person involved, he could feel the danger that the storm brought. Horsetail Whisk, don't worry about me, I'm going to take a gamble. Life and death will be decided at this moment. The white-eyed wolf roared in his heart as he continued to gather strength in his body. This was a gamble of fate. If he was unable to break through the limits of his physical body before the storm came, then death would be the only outcome. Qin Feiyang's heart was also in his throat. Although Yun Zhongtian was anxious, but seeing that Qin Feiyang was not moving, he did not dare to move. Asterisk woo-woo. Asterisk the storm came with a vengeance, sweeping up sand and dust into the air. In the eyes of Qin Feiyang, Yun Zhongtian, and the white-eyed wolf, it was as if the god of death had descended. "Break for me." Seeing that the storm was about to swallow the white-eyed wolf whole, the white-eyed wolf roared and all the strength that he had gathered and that unyielding will burst out from his body. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk, and it was at that moment that an ear-splitting sound exploded from within his body. His physical body was just like Qin Feiyang's when he first met him, exploding wildly as flesh and blood flew everywhere. But within that flesh and blood, there were rays of golden divine light. Good lad. If it had been anyone else who saw this scene, they would have thought that the white-eyed wolf was about to be smashed to pieces, his soul destroyed. But Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian were different. Seeing this scene, they were immediately overjoyed. Chapter 3541. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden light around the white-eyed wolf became even more dazzling. Facing the storm, although it was still on the verge of collapse, it was barely able to stabilize itself and was not swept away by the storm. The storm came and went quickly. When the storm was over, the white-eyed wolf fell to the ground and fainted. But before he fainted, there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Because he had successfully broken the limits of his physical body. This proved that he was not inferior to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other and smiled. They then looked at the lady in the phoenix robe and said, "Miss, take us there." The lady in the phoenix robe glanced at the two, then waved her hand and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the unconscious white-eyed wolf lying on the ground, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face grew wider. He then took out a divine life pill and placed it in the white-eyed wolf's mouth. The horsetail whisk also appeared and exclaimed, "This wolf cub's perseverance is not inferior to yours." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Who is she?" The horsetail whisk noticed the lady in the phoenix robe and asked suspiciously. "She is the one we need to deal with," Qin Feiyang explained. The horsetail whisk's heart trembled. Without saying anything more, it disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. There is indeed another sovereign divine weapon. The lady in the phoenix robe saw the horsetail whisk appear and her pupils shrank slightly. He was so young and yet he had two sovereign divine weapons. It seemed that this person's status in the outside world was not low. Suddenly, Yun Zhongtian looked at the white-eyed wolf with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yun Zhongtian exclaimed, "Look at its blood." "Blood?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The lady in the phoenix robe was also stunned and looked curiously at the white-eyed wolf. At that moment, there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. The white-eyed wolf's body emitted a golden light that was as dazzling as the sun. However, through the golden light, one could vaguely see that its blood was quietly changing. What happened? The three of them were perplexed. This was because there were strands of golden blood in the white-eyed wolf's blood. As time passed, the golden blood became more and more obvious. Furthermore, the golden blood seemed to carry a sacred aura. "Golden bloodline power," Qin Feiyang muttered as he turned his head to look at Yun Zhongtian and asked, "Elder Yun, do you know of any wolves in this world that possess such bloodline powers?" "Never heard of it." Yun Zhongtian shook his head. Suddenly, the two of them simultaneously looked at the woman in the phoenix robe. The phoenix-robed woman glanced at the two of them, shook her head, and said, "Don't look at me. This is the first time I've seen it. Even in the ancient books of my clan, I've never seen this kind of bloodline power. Strange." The three of them looked at the white-eyed wolf curiously. Time passed by slowly. About an hour later, the golden light on the white-eyed wolf's body gradually dissipated, and its blood had all turned golden, as dazzling as gold leaf. Within the sacred aura, there was also the aura of a king. It was as if a beast god was born. Qin Feiyang and the other two were puzzled. They couldn't tell what kind of bloodline power it was at all. Another hour passed. The white-eyed wolf's injuries had all healed. It lay on the ground, snoring. What was even funnier was that it seemed to be dreaming of something delicious, and there was a trace of saliva at the corner of its mouth. This scene made Qin Feiyang extremely speechless. A foodie was still a foodie after all. The next morning, the white-eyed wolf stretched and opened its eyes. When it saw Qin Feiyang and the other two standing at the side, it was slightly stunned. Following that, it got up excitedly and checked its condition. Seeing that its injuries had healed, it felt the gravity around it, and the gravity had weakened greatly. "Did I succeed?" The white-eyed wolf scratched its head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Ha ha." The white-eyed wolf suddenly couldn't help but raise its head and laugh. Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other and smiled. It was really like a child. "Brother knew it. I'm not worse than you. How is it? Now you have nothing to say." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. "Did I say anything?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "You didn't say it, but who knows what you're thinking?" The white-eyed wolf shut up and asked, "When did you come back?" "Yesterday. We came back before the storm," Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was stunned, frowning. "Then you all saw it?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Zhongtian smiled. "From what you're saying, you don't want us to see it." The white-eyed wolf said angrily, "Nonsense, of course I can't let you all see me in such a sorry state. Otherwise, Why would I let you all leave first? Yun Zhongtian smiled bitterly when he heard that. He never thought that the white-eyed wolf would be so prideful. All right, we've already been seen anyway. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed, then glanced at the lady in the phoenix robe and called out, Yo, little Qinzi, not bad. We haven't seen each other for a few days and you've already abducted such a pretty little beauty. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. What do you mean abducted? Don't you know how to talk? Besides, it's only been a few days. More than half a month has passed. Qin Feiyang said, let me introduce you. She's the person we're looking for. You can ask her for her name. The white-eyed wolf looked at the lady in the phoenix robe in surprise. After taking a closer look, there didn't seem to be anything outstanding about her. The white-eyed wolf said suspiciously, Little Qinzi, with such a weak cultivation, are you sure she's the person we're looking for? Such a weak cultivation? The lady in the phoenix robe's face darkened. She was actually being looked down on by a wolf cub. Qin Feiyang glanced at the lady in the phoenix robe and said in a low voice, she's a little weak, but it shouldn't be wrong. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, what do you mean by a little weak? With such a weak cultivation, it's not enough. Are you guys done talking? The lady in the phoenix robe couldn't hold it in anymore. She stared at the white-eyed wolf and said, are you very strong? You're just a sovereign realm expert. How dare you talk about me like that? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said, her cultivation is mediocre, but her temper is quite bad. Even if she's from the heavy regions, she's probably a spoiled young lady. Little Qinzi, we can't ally with such a person. I think so too. Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and nodded. You guys are going too far. Wolf cub, I want to fight you one-on-one. The lady in the phoenix robe was so angry that her face was flushed red. You want to fight me one-on-one? The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, are you sure? I'm sure. The lady in the phoenix robe waved her hand, and the fifth profundity of the law of karma and the law of devour were instantly activated. Hey! 2 supreme laws. The white-eyed wolf was quite surprised. Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other and consciously retreated to the side with a faint smile on their faces. Bullying the white-eyed wolf because he was a sovereign realm expert? Naive. It seemed that this woman was still lacking in experience. The lady in the phoenix robe looked at the white-eyed wolf and said coldly, it's not too late to apologize to me. Apologize to you? The white-eyed wolf laughed out loud. As his body trembled, the power of death surged out. A dark red full moon rose into the sky. Immediately, the world seemed to have turned into purgatory. The phoenix-robed woman's 2 great fifth profound meanings were immediately shattered with a loud explosion. Immediately after, the full moon was above the lady in the phoenix robe's head. The aura of death shrouded her, and she couldn't help but feel cold all over. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, you want me to apologize? You're too arrogant. The lady in the phoenix robe's face was filled with disbelief. The supreme profundity of the law of death. What was going on? He was actually able to comprehend a supreme profundity of an ultimate law at the sovereign realm. What kind of people were they? Even a wolf cub was so terrifying. Do you still need me to apologize? The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. Me. The lady in the phoenix robe snorted and looked at the white-eyed wolf. If you have the ability, you can try to attack me. Still arrogant. I have a bad temper. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws, and the full moon immediately suppressed the lady in the phoenix robe. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. He didn't want to hurt this woman. Besides, this woman had the protection of the divine flame, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't hurt her. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows, and the full moon dissipated in the void. Seeing this, the lady in the phoenix robe smiled provocatively at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was instantly furious. All right. Why are you arguing with a woman? Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted him, and then changed the topic. Look at your blood, it seems a little abnormal. My blood is abnormal? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? See for yourself. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf immediately looked inside his body and was stunned. Why did everything turn golden? Then, it cut his skin again, and drops of golden blood appeared, floating in the air. Looking at the golden blood, the white-eyed wolf was also stunned. When did this happen? After a while, the white-eyed wolf looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, just after you broke the limit of your physical body. Broke the limit of my physical body? The lady in the phoenix robe was stunned. She looked at the white-eyed wolf, and a trace of understanding gradually appeared in her eyes. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang again, and there was a trace of disbelief between her eyebrows. The man and the wolf were both monsters indeed. Damn, how did it become like this? The white-eyed wolf looked at the golden blood, his face full of confusion. You don't know what happened? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. I never thought that the power of the bloodline would change. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Then how do you feel now? Qin Feiyang asked again. The white-eyed wolf looked at himself and shook his head. It's no different from before. Yun Zhongtian interrupted. It's impossible for there to be no difference when the power of the bloodline changes. It's just that we haven't noticed it yet. That's true. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at the white-eyed wolf, and reminded him, you should pay more attention to yourself in the future. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded, and then grinned. Is it possible that brother's bloodline power can compete with your purple gold dragon blood? This, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and shook his head. The purple gold dragon blood has the ability to heal, and can also greatly increase one's talent and comprehension, but your bloodline power has not seen any advantages yet, so we will have to wait until the future to find out. I'm really looking forward to it. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang had the power of the purple gold divine dragon's bloodline. Madman also had a very special power of the blood demon. Now, it also had a mysterious bloodline power. It could be said that it did not lose to these two guys. Chapter 3542. Don't think about bloodline power for now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, breaking the limit is only the first step. Let's work hard together. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Indeed. Their physical bodies had only reached the level of a low-level divine artifact. They still needed to continue breaking through. Intermediate level, high level, peak level, legendary level, finally, supreme level. Only when they reached the level of a supreme level divine artifact would their physical bodies be considered perfect. At that time, they would be able to fight with a supreme level divine artifact with their bare hands. Just thinking about it made them feel impressive. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked into the depths of the desert. His eyes were filled with determination. Since the lady in Phoenix did not want to take them directly to the core area, they might as well calm down and take the opportunity to strengthen their physical bodies. The strengthening of their physical bodies was also a powerful method. Time flew by and a day passed. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's unhurried attitude, the lady in Phoenix frowned and asked, are you really not in a hurry at all? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, we are not in a hurry. Why are we in a hurry? But, don't you want to go to the core area? The lady in Phoenix asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The lady in Phoenix smiled and said, since you want to go, then beg me. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will take you directly to the core area. Beg you? Qin Feiyang looked at the lady in Phoenix in astonishment. So this was her plan to force them to lower their heads. He laughed and said, there is no need for now. If you think it is troublesome, you can go back first. Isn't that right? We are not forcing you to be with us. The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly. Okay. Let's see how long you can last. The lady in Phoenix snorted and followed silently. When Yun Zhongtian saw this scene, he transmitted his voice over with a laugh. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf King, there's something I have to say. This little girl here is rather adorable. Qin Feiyang glanced at the lady in the phoenix robe and thought to himself, she looks cute now, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. It's best to be careful so as to avoid being cheated. Yun Zhongtian nodded his head to himself. As they went deeper, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf felt that the gravity was becoming more and more terrifying. More than a month passed. The white-eyed wolf was once again caught in a difficult situation. After all, its cultivation base was one stage lower than Qin Feiyang's. "Why don't you leave first?" The white-eyed wolf panted as he looked at Qin Feiyang. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. This was because the gravity here had yet to reach his current limit. As usual, Qin Feiyang left the horsetail whisk to the white-eyed wolf in case something unexpected happened. Another half a month passed. Qin Feiyang had finally reached his limit. Under the terrifying gravity, his legs felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. However, he did not stop and forced himself forward step by step. At first, his skin gradually cracked under the pressure of the gravity, and purple-gold dragon blood soaked his entire body. Not long after, even the bones in his body were breaking. The tearing pain was constantly attacking every nerve in his body. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not even frown, as if he did not know the pain. Even the lady in the phoenix robe was impressed by his patience. Boom! A few days later, Qin Feiyang's body surged with divine light, and a powerful aura rushed out from his body. This was not the aura of cultivation, but the aura of his physical body. After 2 months of tempering, his physical body had finally stepped into the level of a mid-level divine artifact. The moment his physical body evolved, the gravity around him weakened again. Yun Zhongtian hurriedly took out the divine life pill and fed it to Qin Feiyang. After 2 days of recuperation, his injuries were finally healed. Feeling the strength of his physical body and strength, Qin Feiyang was rather excited. He had not wasted so much time. Yun Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I feel that this breakthrough is much easier than the last time. After all, the first step is always the most difficult. As long as you successfully take the first step, the rest of the journey, as long as you work tirelessly, will basically be smooth sailing." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then all the best to you," Yun Zhongtian encouraged. "Do you want to give it a try?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Me?" Yun Zhongtian was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it. These old bones of mine will not be able to withstand such torment. Most importantly, I really do not have the confidence to do it. After all, I have already tried it many years ago." "All right then," Qin Feiyang nodded. Such a thing could not be forced. What if Yun Zhongtian were to accidentally fall? He would not be able to go back and report to Yun Guanghui and Yun Zhongyue. Moreover, for most people, the mysteries of the laws were the most important. For example, Yun Zhongtian, rather than spending time tempering his physical body and tormenting himself to death, it was better to calm down and comprehend the mysteries of the laws. In short, generally speaking, older people had lost their youthful spirit and sharpness, and did not like to torment themselves. I wonder if the white-eyed wolf has successfully stepped into the second step. Qin Feiyang looked back at the desert behind him and muttered to himself before he continued to move forward. Whether it was for Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, the significance of being in the heavy region had now changed. In the past, it was an adventure. But now, for them, it was a cultivation. Time had become unimportant to them now. Whether it was a few years, decades, or centuries, as long as they could improve their physical body to the supreme level, it did not matter. Cultivation was very difficult. Especially the tempering of the physical body. Not only did they have to endure the pain of the physical body, but they also had to endure the mental and spiritual torment. In short, this was a torture to the body, mind, and soul. 4 months later, boom! Qin Feiyang finally stepped into the third step. The strength of his physical body and strength had reached the supreme level. Even with his perseverance and temperament, he felt extremely tired now. However, there was an old saying that the effort and the reward were proportionate. If you don't work hard, can you have everything you want? Of course not. So, no matter how tired he was, he persevered. As for Yun Zhongtian, he had been following Qin Feiyang closely. On one hand, he had to be ready to face the danger of the storm at any time, and on the other hand, he had to be careful of other people's sneak attacks. Of course, sneak attacks were rare. After all, Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian's strength and status were in front of them. As long as they did not encounter vicious and daring people like the Ma Shan brothers, they basically would not dare to sneak attack them. The most important thing to guard against was the woman in the phoenix robe. Because when he made the blood oath, it did not mention this. In other words, even if the woman in the phoenix robe were to sneak attack them, she would not suffer the wrath of the heavens. However, the woman in the phoenix robe did not dare to act rashly. After all, Yun Zhongtian's Sea of Qi had long been restored, and with Yun Zhongtian's strength alone, it was enough to crush her, not to mention the sword of the death god, the sovereign divine weapon. However, she was feeling a little bored now. Why don't I give it a try as well? Gradually, the woman in the phoenix robe had this thought. Seeing Qin Feiyang's physical body breaking through again and again, she could not help but feel a strong desire to be strong. If even a human could do it, why couldn't she? But every time she saw Qin Feiyang's pained look, she could not help but feel the urge to retreat. Because such torment was not something any ordinary person could endure. Time was like sand between one's fingers, passing by in the blink of an eye. Another half a year passed. Boom. On this day, Qin Feiyang's physical body had finally stepped into the pinnacle of the heaven-defying level. This time, he lay on the ground for several days before he recovered. The pinnacle of the heaven-defying level was equivalent to the strength of a pinnacle of the heaven-defying level. Every piece of flesh seemed to be cast from divine iron, filled with terrifying power. Not to mention Yun Zhongtian and the woman in the phoenix robe, even Qin Feiyang himself did not expect that his physical body could reach such a height. At this moment, they had also reached the center of the central region. If his physical body had not evolved, Qin Feiyang would definitely be crushed to pieces by the gravity here. Even Yun Zhongtian felt a great pressure now, as if there were two iron balls tied to his feet. Every step was very difficult. How long have we been in the heavy region? Qin Feiyang asked. More than a year. Yun Zhongtian said. So fast. More than a year. Although my physical body has improved a lot, my cultivation has not improved. On the other hand, senior brother Frenzy and the others are cultivating there. I'm afraid they have already stepped into the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. 1 day was 5,000 years, 10 days was 50,000 years, 100 days was 500,000 years. Let's say 1 year. Based on 1 day's 5,000 years, it was more than 7 million years. In other words, adding the other time, Frenzy and the others had been on Sky Cloud Island for at least 2 million years. 2 million years, if it was someone else, they might not be able to break through. But Frenzy and the others were different. Each of them had opened the door of potential, and with the little rabbit's nurturing, it was definitely more than enough. Especially Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan and the other 10 commanders, and the 6,000 secret guards. These people were originally perfect sovereigns. What they needed to do now was to comprehend the ultimates. Perhaps Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan had already comprehended the third or even the fourth ultimates. After all, they who had opened the door of potential had been reborn and were no longer the same as before. So, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf had to work harder. Day after day. Another year passed. Boom. On this day, accompanied by a terrifying aura, Qin Feiyang's physical body stepped into the legendary realm. Every inch of his skin was shining, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword, sharp and threatening. He's trying to improve his flesh to the heaven-defying 9 heavens supreme level in one go, the phoenix-robed woman muttered. Counting the time, more than 2 years had passed. Although she rarely talked to Qin Feiyang along the way, she had seen Qin Feiyang's performance. Someone like him who wasn't afraid of hardships and pain, she couldn't find anyone like him even in her clan. If the people of the dragons saw this, they would probably collapse, encountering such a fearless opponent. Chapter 35-43. After recuperating for several days, Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zhongtian and asked, "How much longer do we need to reach the inner region?" Yun Zhongtian pondered for a moment before saying, "Based on this old man's speed, we should have reached the inner region by now. But you've delayed us quite a bit along the way and it will probably take another year." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Then let's continue." I hope that before we reach the inner region, we will be able to evolve our physical body to the supreme being level. All right. Yun Zhongtian nodded. A year's time, to a cultivator, was but a blink of an eye. Thinking back, when Qin Feiyang and the others were in the Alliance capital, they would go into seclusion for hundreds of years. On this day, a black river appeared in the desert before them. The river was about 100 meters wide, like a long black dragon, stretching to the ends of the earth on both sides. What was even stranger was that the water of the river was black in color. For such a river to appear in such a place, just one look at it would cause one's heart to fluster. But the river water was calm. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice that the river water was flowing. Yun Zhongtian pointed at the black river and said excitedly, "Brother Qin, that river is the dividing line between the inner region and the central region." Qin Feiyang quickened his steps and walked to the side of the river, sweeping his eyes over the water. It was a little strange. The river water looked calm and normal, but he could feel a great threat from it. The phoenix-robed lady said softly, "This river is called the River of the Underworld and it surrounds the entire inner region. If you want to enter the core region, you will first have to pass through the River of the Underworld. So it's called the River of the Underworld." Yun Zhongtian nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang said, "Passing through the River of the Underworld should be simple." Simple? Yun Zhongtian and the phoenix-robed lady were stunned. Yun Zhongtian came back to his senses and quickly said, "Brother Qin, this is not simple. Don't just look at the River of the Underworld. On the surface, it does not look dangerous, but in actual fact, there are hidden dangers." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "The water of the River of the Underworld contains a terrifying power that can erode one's soul. Any living being that enters the Underworld River will have their souls instantly corroded by the river water. Although the river is only 100 meters long, we can't fly because of gravity, so we can only swim across. However, the corrosive power of the river is enough to erode our souls in the middle of the river. Furthermore, this river water possesses a terrifying corrosive power. Not to mention our bodies of flesh and blood, even supreme-level heaven-defying divine weapons can be corroded by it. Tell me now, is it simple?" Yun Zhongtian smiled bitterly. This was the first time he heard someone say that crossing the Nether River was a simple matter. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. If that was the case, it would be a bit of a headache. The last time I was here, I saw with my own eyes two perfect sovereigns trying to cross the Netherworld River by relying on their supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifacts. However, in the end, they all ended up dying in the river. I wanted to help them, but I was unable to. So, after that, I consciously left the heavy realm and never came back. Yun Zhongtian sighed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the River of the Underworld and then looked up at the inner region. It was still an endless black desert. He frowned and said, "The current gravity is not enough to elevate my physical body to the supreme-level heaven-defying divine weapon. I have to cross the River of the Underworld and enter the inner region. Beg me, I'll help you." The woman in the phoenix robe looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang glanced at her and snorted, "If it weren't for you being able to ignore the rules of the heavy realm, you wouldn't even have the ability to reach here, let alone crossing the River of the Underworld and reaching the inner region." The woman in the phoenix robe was not angry. She said indifferently, "The key is that I can ignore the rules of the heavy realm. You risked your life to get here, but I can easily enter the inner region. Don't you think that's infuriating?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He wasn't infuriated about this. However, this woman's smug look was really infuriating. Suddenly, Yun Zhongtian chuckled again as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "However, things are different now." Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zhongtian suspiciously. "Back then, I was stopped at the River of the Underworld because I didn't have a sovereign divine weapon. But now, the Sword of Thanatos is in my hands. It shouldn't be difficult to enter the inner region." Yun Zhongtian laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in the phoenix robe and said with a smile, "It seems that your little plan is going to be destroyed again. But don't give up. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let me lower my head and beg you." The woman in the phoenix robe snorted coldly and did not forget to glare at Yun Zhongtian. What a troublesome old man. But, do we need to wait for Brother Wolf King? Although the horsetail whisk is following it, I feel a little worried about leaving it behind alone. Yun Zhongtian looked at the desert behind them with a worried expression. Don't worry, everything else aside, it still has quite a number of ways to save its life. But, we can leave a sign here. When it rushes over, it will know that we have entered the inner region. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right. Yun Zhongtian nodded, and with a wave of his aged hand, the sand beneath his feet surged and gradually formed a tall stone tablet. He then used his divine powers to temper it, to prevent it from collapsing. After that, he carved a few lines of small words on the stone tablet. The general content was about the situation of the river of the underworld and the method to cross it. After doing all that, Yun Zhongtian took out the sword of Thanatos. The woman in the phoenix robe said indifferently, "Seeing how troublesome you are, I'll be merciful and bring you all over." Don't. I really don't dare to accept your kindness. What if when we are in the middle of the river and you suddenly throw us into the river of the underworld? Then I won't even have the chance to seek revenge on you as a ghost. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. What do you mean? Am I as despicable as you say? The woman in the phoenix robe said angrily. Whether you are despicable or not, I don't know. But I know that you cannot be trusted. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Yun Zhongtian and smiled. Elder Yun, the gravity in the inner region must be very terrifying. Are you ready? Yun Zhongtian nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the sword of Thanatos, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." Clang. The sword of Thanatos immediately came to life and a terrifying divine aura swept out in all directions. When Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian leaped onto the sword of Thanatos flew the two of them to the opposite side. The woman in the phoenix robe pursed her lips and took a step forward, landing on the opposite bank. She then turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian expressionlessly. But if one looked closely, one would notice that there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. With the protection of the sovereign divine weapon, Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian were not too nervous and smoothly reached the other side of the river, officially stepping into the inner region. However, the moment they stepped into the inner region, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped them. With a loud bang, caught off guard, Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian fell from the sword of Thanatos, smashing into the desert. Pressed down by the gravitational force, not only were they unable to move, even the pores on their bodies were violently spewing out blood. Even the sword of Thanatos was pressed down by the gravitational force, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize itself. What a terrifying gravitational force! It's almost 10 times that of the opposite bank. The sword of Thanatos released its divine aura, enveloping the two of them. Only then did Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian feel a little better. They crawled up from the ground, their faces covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. This feeling, it must not be good. The woman in the phoenix robe looked at Qin Feiyang gloatingly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her and swallowed a life elixir, scanning the void. Even with the help of the sword of Thanatos, he could still feel an unparalleled sense of oppression. Yun Zhongtian looked at the sword of Thanatos and asked, "How do you feel?" The sword of Thanatos pondered for a moment, and said, "Right now, I can still help you, but in the depths of the inner region, I'm afraid." At this point, Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian already understood the meaning of the sword of Thanatos. As expected, none of the forbidden lands are good. Qin Feiyang sighed. In the inner region of the Yin Demon Land, no one could withstand the erosion of the Yin Demon power. And in the inner region of the Heavy Domain, even the sovereign divine weapon was helpless against the gravitational force. It seemed that in order to enter the core region, they would really need the help of the woman in the phoenix robe. "It's not too late to beg me now," the woman in the phoenix robe said with a smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then looked at the sword of Thanatos, and said, "I'll have to trouble you, help us a little longer." With that, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, healing his injuries. Although it had only been a short while, he had truly felt the aura of death. So, in order to break the limits of the physical body here, he must first adjust his condition. A day passed. Qin Feiyang's essence, energy, and spirit had finally recovered to their peak state. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the sword of Thanatos, and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." The sword of Thanatos immediately withdrew the divine aura that enveloped Qin Feiyang. Boom! The gravitational force surged, and Qin Feiyang's entire body was immediately pressed into the desert. All over his body, his skin and flesh were torn open, and blood flowed out. Crack! Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, all the bones in his body were broken. The omnipresent gravitational force seemed to be squeezing him to death, and the ground was instantly soaked in purple-gold dragon blood. Looking at this scene, Yun Zhongtian's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed, "Why don't you give up? Your physical body is already so strong, there's no need to risk your life like this." But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. He really did not hear it. Because at this moment, his consciousness was also dissipating. Gravity, like an invisible hand, grabbed him and squeezed him. At this moment, an uncontrollable despair rose in his heart. The limit is broken. I must not compromise. But the conviction that was branded in his heart was not destroyed. His fighting spirit and will, like forged steel, would never be extinguished. If fate was unfair, then fate would be broken. If the heavens were not benevolent, then the heavens would be pierced. Even if there were endless trials and tribulations, it would not be able to destroy his determination to break the cage of heaven and earth, and to descend beyond the heaven. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged from Qin Feiyang's body. This was the manifestation of his fighting spirit, and it contained his firm conviction. At this moment, heaven and earth could not help but shake, as if unable to bear Qin Feiyang's fighting spirit and conviction. Chapter 35-44. Yun Zhongtian and the woman in phoenix robes also involuntarily took a step back. A trace of horror crept up in their eyes. That was because, at this moment, they felt an enormous pressure coming from Qin Feiyang. It was a pressure that came from their souls. It was as if the person sitting before them was not a person, but a god of war that could destroy the world and slay gods and demons. Even the sword of the death god felt the same, as an uncontrollable fear rose in his heart. He was indeed a terrifying young man. Rumble. Several breaths passed. There was a deafening explosion from Qin Feiyang's body, as if a door had been completely opened. The next moment, divine light emerged from his body, as dazzling as the sun. Following closely, Qin Feiyang felt that the terrifying gravity around him seemed to have disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. Was this an illusion? He stared blankly at the void. The gravity had disappeared. Wait a minute. Could it be related to the evolution of his physical body? He tried to get up, but there was no resistance at all. It could be seen that the gravity had indeed disappeared. "Brother Qin, how do you feel?" Yun Zhongtian walked up and asked. "I feel pretty good." Qin Feiyang nodded and tried to rise into the air again. The result was not only Yun Zhongtian, but even the woman in phoenix robes was dumbfounded. Because he had successfully flown up, standing in the void, there was no sign of the gravity's pressure. "It can't be," Yun Zhongtian muttered. Even the sword of the death god was extremely shocked. Qin Feiyang looked down at the woman in phoenix robes and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "I don't know." The woman in phoenix robes shook her head. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You're not from the heavy region, how can you not know?" The woman in phoenix robes said helplessly, "It's true that I'm from the heavy region, but the rules of the heavy region were not set by me. As for the situation, you have to ask the person who set the rules." "In that case, who was the one who set this rule?" Qin Feiyang was curious. The woman in phoenix robes was a little hesitant, and suddenly waved her hand impatiently. "Why do you care who set the rules? Anyway, you can ignore the rules now." Qin Feiyang and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other and did not pursue the matter further. Qin Feiyang landed before Yun Zhongtian and mused to himself, "I think that when one's fleshly body reaches the heaven-defying level of a supreme martial artist, one would no longer be bound by the rules. So you're saying that you can also send messages to the outside world and activate a space-time teleportation divine artifact? And enter the Black Tortoise world?" Yun Zhongtian was bewildered. If so, they wouldn't have to worry about anything in the heavy realm in the future. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and hurriedly said, Let me try. He took out the divine voice transmission stone. But in the end, he couldn't be revived. He then tried to enter the Black Tortoise realm, but he was unable to contact the Black Tortoise realm. You can't. Yun Zhongtian furrowed his brows. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a wry smile, it seems that the rules are not ignored. It's just that they are not bound by gravity. We were too naive. How could the rules of these forbidden zones be broken so easily? Yun Zhongtian's face was also filled with a bitter smile. He was happy for nothing. But this is also not bad. At least now, I can enter the core area without any pressure, and I don't need to beg someone. Qin Feiyang chuckled as he glanced at the phoenix-robed woman. The phoenix-robed woman raised an eyebrow. She really didn't expect that there would be such a benefit to raising one's fleshly body to the heaven-defying level of a supreme martial artist. That's true. Yun Zhongtian nodded, but in the next moment, a trace of bitterness crept onto his face as he sighed. You can enter the core area without any pressure, but I can't. So I can only accompany you up to here, otherwise, I will become a burden to you. Hearing that, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face disappeared. Yun Zhongtian's eyes swept over the inner region, smiling. Actually, being able to cross the Nether River and step into the inner region, I'm already satisfied. There's no need to go to the core area to join in the fun. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a divine force barrier appeared, enveloping Yun Zhongtian as he asked, do you feel the gravity disappearing? No. Yun Zhongtian shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and activated the power of the law to form another barrier, asking, what about now? Nothing either. Yun Zhongtian shook his head again and waved his hand, don't try anymore, it's definitely useless. Qin Feiyang said, but I promised you that I would bring you to the core area to have a look. There's still a long way to go. I should be able to find an opportunity in the future. Yun Zhongtian smiled. Beg me. The phoenix-robed woman suddenly spoke up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Qin Feiyang glared at the phoenix-robed woman in annoyance. Was he deliberately trying to make his presence known? The phoenix-robed woman chuckled, if you don't beg me, he really won't be able to enter the core area. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yun Zhongtian glanced at the phoenix-robed woman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, there's no need to beg her, because there's no point for me to enter the core area. After all, you're the one who's going to negotiate with them. I'll wait for you on the other side of the river. As for the sword of Thanatos, take it with you, just in case. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the sword of Thanatos, saying, let's go to the other side of the river first. At that moment, Qin Feiyang and the sword of Thanatos brought Yun Zhongtian across the river of the underworld and landed on the other side of the river. Even if you lower your head and beg me, what can you do? You're really stubborn. The phoenix-robed woman pouted. Qin Feiyang looked at the phoenix-robed woman opposite him and transmitted his voice, Elder Yun, since you're not going, then don't wait here. Why? Yun Zhongtian was suspicious. Qin Feiyang secretly said, go to Sky Cloud Island and look for my big brother. Look for Uncle Rabbit for what? Yun Zhongtian was even more puzzled. Just say that I'm the one who asked you to go there to cultivate. Also, when the time comes, go find someone called Dan Wangtsai and ask him to help you open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. After spending a few years together, he had already understood Yun Zhongtian's character. He was a person worth befriending. Open the door of potential? Yun Zhongtian was stunned and asked suspiciously, what door of potential? For a moment, he did not react. It's this. Qin Feiyang's back was facing the phoenix-robed woman as he pulled open the clothes on his chest. The potential imprint suddenly appeared in front of Yun Zhongtian's eyes, and beside it was a heart's knot. This is, Yun Zhongtian looked at the potential imprint in surprise. Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Yun Zhongtian was startled and hurriedly glanced at the phoenix-robed woman. Although she was looking at them suspiciously, she had no intention of coming over. He then transmitted his voice, this is the legendary potential imprint. That's right. The reason why I and the people around me can cultivate so quickly, the time array is actually only secondary. The most important thing is that we have opened the door of potential. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. The door of potential. Yun Zhongtian's eyes were filled with disbelief. The door of potential, who didn't know? But to open the door of potential, no one had ever done it. There were many monstrous geniuses in the sky cloud realm. Take himself for example. When he was young, he was also a monstrous genius, but he had not successfully opened the door of potential. However, at this moment, before his eyes, it was not only Qin Feiyang who had opened the door of potential, but even the people around Qin Feiyang had also opened the door of potential. One could imagine how big of an impact this sudden news had on him. With great difficulty, he finally calmed down and looked at Qin Feiyang to say, if that's the case, then this is the good fortune that Brother Wolf King always talks about. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Zhongtian was filled with hope as he shook his head. It really is good fortune. If not for Qin Feiyang mentioning the door of potential, he would have forgotten about it. After all, he had long given up hope and slowly began to forget about it. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, you need the help of the sovereign divine weapon to open the door of potential. But I believe that little rabbit should have a way. As for the specific method, Dan Wangcai will tell you when the time comes. Yun Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and sighed, Brother Qin, this debt of gratitude, how do you want me to repay it? What do you mean by repay? You gave me the sword of the Grim Reaper, that is the trust you have in me. Of course, I cannot suspect you anymore. Moreover, throughout this journey, if not for your care, I don't know how many times I would have died, not to mention breaking through the limits of my physical body. Qin Feiyang waved his hand with a smile. Thank you. Yun Zhongtian said gratefully and then said solemnly, I, Yun Zhongtian, hereby swear that in this lifetime, I will never do anything to let you down. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned his head to look at the phoenix-robed lady, saying, Miss, I have a favor to ask of you. Her. The phoenix-robed lady was stunned. Yun Zhongtian was also taken aback. He already had no intention of going to the core area, so what was the point of begging this woman? Ha, finally willing to lower your head. The phoenix-robed lady smiled and flew to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, a real man knows when to yield and when not. The phoenix-robed lady looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and nodded, all right, since you are so sincere, I will agree to take him to the core area. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I'm not taking Elder Yun to the core area. I'm sending him out of the heavy region. What? Leave the gravity field? The phoenix-robed lady was stunned, seriously wondering if she had heard wrong. That's right. Leave. Qin Feiyang nodded. If Yun Zhongtian were to leave by himself, it would take him another 2 or 3 years to leave the gravity field. One had to know. 2 or 3 years, in Skycloud Island's time array, was equivalent to several million years. For a person who had opened the door to potential, several million years was enough to comprehend 1 or 2 profound meanings. Moreover, without the protection of the Death God's sword, there was a possibility of accidents on the way. But with the phoenix-robed lady's help, it was different. The phoenix-robed lady could activate the space-time transmission divine artifact and directly take Yun Zhongtian out of the gravity field. After leaving the gravity field, Yun Zhongtian would be able to activate the space-time transmission divine artifact and directly go to Skycloud Island. Not only would this save time, but it would also eliminate all accidents, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yun Zhongtian thought carefully and understood Qin Feiyang's meaning, his eyes filled with gratitude. Are you sure? The phoenix-robed lady recovered and looked at Qin Feiyang. I'm sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. The phoenix-robed lady took out a stone door and quickly opened it, then looked at Yun Zhongtian and said, let's go. Thank you. Miss Yun Zhongtian cupped his fists and smiled, then looked at the Death God's sword and said, protect Brother Qin well. After saying that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice, Brother Qin, be careful. I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then, Yun Zhongtian did not stay any longer, following the phoenix-robed lady into the stone door and disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the Death God's sword with a smile, please take care of me in the future. The Death God's sword swayed, a response to Qin Feiyang, then entered Qin Feiyang's chi without a word, its aura subsiding. Chapter 3545. However, Qin Feiyang did not notice that a blurry figure appeared out of thin air above a hill in the distance. He could not see the face clearly and could not tell if it was a man or a woman. He could not sense any aura from the body, as if it was a ghost. He stood in the void and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. From the beginning to the end, he did not make any sound and appeared mysterious. But soon, this mysterious figure disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the phoenix-robed woman returned. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. During this time, he had changed into a set of clean clothes and looked energetic. "It's a piece of cake." The phoenix-robed woman waved her hand and kept the stone door. Then, she took a step forward and landed in the inner region on the other side of the river. Without turning her head, she said, "We are still far from the core region. Hurry up." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang could not help but turn his head and look at the desert behind him. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. How was the white-eyed wolf now? What's wrong? The phoenix-robed woman looked back at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I want to wait for the white-eyed wolf," Qin Feiyang said. He simply sat by the river and closed his eyes to adjust his state. Now that he was not bound by gravity, his tense state of mind relaxed a lot. Because in the future, when facing danger, he would not be so passive. On the other side, the phoenix-robed woman frowned but did not say anything. She quietly stood by the river. For a time, there was a dead silence. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air from the inner region. The phoenix-robed woman was slightly stunned. She turned around and looked at the inner region. She muttered, "Why would someone fly from the inner region?" At the same time, Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes and looked at the inner region. He had the same doubts in his heart. Soon, 3 powerful auras entered their senses. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. One of the auras was relatively weak. It was a perfected dominator. However, the other 2 auras were extremely powerful. They were perfected dominators. Whoosh! The phoenix-robed woman also took a step and landed beside Qin Feiyang. She said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid there's trouble." "They should be your clansmen." "What trouble could there be?" Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Since it had come from the depths of the inner region, it must be related to the phoenix-robed woman. That was because it was impossible for outsiders to step into the inner region except for the people from the core region. After all, he had personally experienced the gravity of the inner region. Even a sovereign artifact could feel the pressure, let alone a human. "They are indeed my clansmen. However, as expected, the person who came should be my sworn enemy." The phoenix-robed woman rubbed her forehead. There was a trace of disgust and helplessness on her face. "Artenemy?" Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment, and then his eyes flickered. Could it be that this woman's race was just like the dragons, where there was also infighting? A short while later, 3 figures entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The leader was a woman. This woman was about the same age as the phoenix-robed woman. She had a devilish figure and an angelic appearance that was not inferior to the phoenix-robed woman in the slightest. The difference was, the phoenix-robed woman had long fiery red hair. The phoenix-robed woman on her body was also like a blazing flame. Her entire person was like a cluster of burning flames. However, the woman who came at this moment had long hair like snow. She wore a snow-white long dress that seemed to be made of frost. There was also a pattern of a divine phoenix embroidered on it. She looked like an iceberg that would never melt. These were the images of 2 extremes. Behind the woman, there were 2 old men with aged expressions. One was an old man, and the other was an old woman. Both of them had white hair and wore white long robes. Their expressions were extremely cold, and they gave people a cold feeling. Very soon, the 3 of them saw the phoenix-robed woman immediately land on the other side of the river. The woman in the white long dress glanced at Qin Feiyang. Then, she looked at the phoenix-robed woman and said with a smile, "Sister, you really left the phoenix nest." Phoenix nest. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The nest of dragons was called the Dragon Nest. Could the phoenix nest be the divine phoenix clan? In other words, Were these two women transformed from divine phoenixes? He hurriedly looked at the long dresses that they were wearing. There was a pattern of a divine phoenix on it. This shouldn't be a hobby. You came specially to look for me. The phoenix-robed woman frowned. Of course. 2 years ago, someone suddenly told me that you had disappeared. Initially, I thought that you were just going to relax and would be back soon. However, I didn't expect that you would disappear for so long. Therefore, out of concern for you, I left the phoenix nest a few days ago to look for you. The woman in the white dress chuckled. Concern? Don't you feel embarrassed when you say that? The phoenix-robed woman sneered. I'm really concerned about you. After all, we're sisters who grew up together. The woman in the white dress said. All right, I've already received your concern. Please go ahead. The phoenix-robed woman did not seem to want to be entangled with the woman in the white dress. Don't be so cold. Am I in your way? The woman in the white dress smiled mockingly. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked curiously, Are the two of you on a date? The phoenix-robed woman blushed when she heard that. The two old men had been scrutinizing Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old woman's pupils suddenly shrank. She whispered, Your Highness, he doesn't seem to be one of us. He's a human. Your Highness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that she was another woman with a powerful background. A human. The woman in the white dress was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Let's go. The phoenix-robed woman grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew toward the central region. The woman in the white dress shouted, Stop them. Whoosh. The white-haired old woman and the old man immediately took a step forward. Their speed was far faster than the phoenix-robed woman's. In just a few blinks of an eye, they stopped in front of Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old woman said in a deep voice, First Princess, you're violating the clan rules. First Princess. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He turned to look at the phoenix-robed woman. Her background was really powerful. The phoenix-robed woman's face was extremely ugly. She said gloomily, It's none of your business. You're not qualified to interfere. Please get out of my way. Impossible. The white-haired old woman and the old man shook their heads. The woman in the white dress also flew over and blocked Qin Feiyang. She said with a smile, Sister, I didn't expect that you were secretly meeting a human. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know him well. The phoenix-robed woman said angrily. We're holding hands. You don't know him well? Do I look like a child to you? The woman in the white dress looked at Qin Feiyang and the old man playfully. The phoenix-robed woman realized that she was holding Qin Feiyang's hand. She couldn't help but blush and let go of his hand quickly. The woman in the white dress looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Human, you're quite capable. You actually captured my sister's heart. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and explained, Miss, I think you misunderstood. But before Qin Feiyang could finish, the phoenix-robed woman said angrily, Why are you explaining to her? There's a misunderstanding. Of course, I have to explain. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Do you think she'll believe you if you explain? The phoenix-robed woman snorted and looked at the woman in the white dress. She said, Just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush. Elder sister, your ice-cold attitude makes me sad. We're sisters. Although we don't have the same father and mother, we grew up together. If he's the man you like, you don't have to hide it from me. I'll keep it a secret for you. The woman in the white dress sighed deeply. She felt sad. The phoenix-robed woman was unmoved. She said coldly, Don't you feel tired acting all day? Look, you're going overboard. Am I acting? I'm showing my true feelings. The woman in the white dress sighed and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, Human, no, brother-in-law, let me introduce myself. I'm her sister, Bing Ruining. Please take care of me in the future. Brother-in-law? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This woman's imagination was really rich. But he wasn't stupid. He could tell that this woman was teasing him. Brother-in-law, tell me, how did you get my sister? There's more. Do you know my sister's identity? You humans have a saying. A man and a woman must be well matched. May I ask what your family background is? Are you good enough for my sister? Bing Ruining was curious. The phoenix-robed woman said angrily, Bing Ruining, are you done? Bing Ruining looked at the phoenix-robed woman and said in surprise, Sister, don't tell me that brother-in-law doesn't know your identity. The phoenix-robed woman clenched her fists. Obviously, her patience had reached its limit. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said with a smile, I still don't know your sister's identity. Can you tell me? Ah, you really don't know? Bing Ruining was stunned. She looked at the phoenix-robed woman and shook her head, Sister, this is your fault. Since you and brother-in-law love each other, you should be honest with each other. After she finished speaking, she ignored the ashen-faced fire phoenix woman and looked at Qin Feiyang. Brother-in-law, don't be frightened by my words. My elder sister is the beloved daughter of the Fire Phoenix clan's clan head. The phoenix-robed woman. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He asked with a smile, What about you? Bing Ruining was surprised. Brother-in-law is still so calm after hearing about the phoenix-robed woman. It seems that you're not an ordinary person. As for me, I'm not as noble as my sister. Let's not talk about it. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're not worse than your sister? Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? Is it that I'm not worse than my sister in terms of looks or talent? Bing Ruining asked expectantly. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed. What kind of brain circuit was this? He couldn't keep up with this woman's rhythm. Tell me, how am I not worse than my sister? Bing Ruining asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the phoenix-robed woman and saw that she was glaring at him fiercely, as if warning him to be careful with what he said. It seemed that the phoenix-robed woman cared about this evaluation. Of course. Qin Feiyang could also see that the phoenix-robed woman didn't care about his evaluation. She just didn't want to lose to Bing Ruining. In short, both of them were competitive. For a man, this was a fatal question. Chapter 3546. Is it hard to answer? Bing Ruining's eyes widened. The phoenix-robed woman's eyes became even more terrifying. You, Qin Feiyang glanced at the two women and smiled. You are sisters. What's there to compare? Both of you are very good. But this ambiguous answer not only did not satisfy Bing Ruining, but even the phoenix-robed woman was unhappy. Both of them are very good. Why? She can't be compared to me, can she? Brother-in-law, you really know how to talk. Are all human men so glib? Bing Ruining asked with a smile. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and smiled. Well, I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. You sisters can have a good chat. Although it seemed calm on the surface, there were undercurrents surging. He was here to find allies, not to make enemies. So he could not afford to offend these two women. It was better to leave first. But, just as he turned around, the white-haired old man took a step forward and stood in front of him. This scene caused Qin Feiyang to involuntarily frown. Brother-in-law, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still want to invite you to the Phoenix Nest. But before that, I want you to watch a good show. Bing Ruining's eyes suddenly turned cold as she looked at the white-haired old woman. First Princess, I'm sorry. The white-haired old woman looked at the phoenix-robed woman apologetically. Her aura immediately rolled out and suppressed the phoenix-robed woman. How dare you? The phoenix-robed woman's face changed drastically and she shouted. You have an affair with a human. Even if I kill you now, the clansman will not say anything. So please hand over that thing. The white-haired old woman smiled coldly and her aura swept out in all directions. The phoenix-robed woman was immediately imprisoned in the void. Hand over what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't even think about it. The phoenix-robed woman shouted angrily and a divine flame appeared. This was the divine flame that protected her. As soon as the divine flame appeared, the white-haired old woman's aura disappeared. Then, the phoenix-robed woman waved her hand and an ancient stone door appeared. This was her space-time transmission divine artifact. However, before the stone door opened, the white-haired old woman slapped it with her palm. With a loud crack, the stone door shattered. Sister, you'd better hand it over. As long as you hand it over, not only will I not make things difficult for you, I will also help you keep the matter between you and brother-in-law a secret. Isn't that great? Bing Ruining smiled. What exactly is it? Why are they fighting over it like that? Qin Feiyang mumbled. The white-haired elder also looked at the woman in the phoenix robe and said, First Princess, if you really force us to take action, even the Fire Phoenix Divine Flame won't be able to protect you. So, please think carefully. Fire Phoenix Divine Flame. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine flame on the phoenix-robed woman's body. The Fire Phoenix was also the Fire Phoenix. Did this mean that these divine flames came from the Fire Phoenix? Was the divine fire of the Phoenix this powerful? Impossible. The phoenix-robed woman glanced at Bing Ruining and the other two with a gloomy face. Bing Ruining asked sadly, Sister, do you really want to force me to fall out with you? Even if you don't think for yourself, shouldn't you think for brother-in-law? He hasn't even entered the phoenix nest. If he dies here, it will be a pity. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. The meaning of these words was too obvious. If the phoenix-robed woman didn't hand over what they wanted, they wouldn't let him off either. As expected. This woman wasn't a kind person. Seeing that the phoenix-robed woman was still silent, Bing Ruining took a deep breath and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She nodded at the white-haired old woman. Clang. The white-haired old woman waved her hand and a thin sword appeared with a loud sound. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The sword hilt was engraved with a phoenix pattern that looked like it was condensed from ice crystals. It emitted a dazzling divine light. Bing Ruining, the phoenix-robed woman's face turned pale and she said angrily, You actually brought the ice phoenix sword out. Are you determined to kill me? Qin Feiyang was also shocked. This so-called ice phoenix sword was a genuine sovereign divine weapon. This Bing Ruining obviously came prepared. No, no, no. We are sisters. How can I bear to kill you? As long as you hand over that thing, I'll let you and brother-in-law leave immediately. Bing Ruining smiled and changed the topic again. Her eyes were cold as she said, If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being ruthless as your sister. The phoenix-robed woman clenched her hands and sneered, Don't make it sound so nice. Even if I hand it over, you won't let me go. Do you always think of me like this? Am I that ruthless? Bing Ruining's face was full of sadness. But the next moment, a thick murderous aura appeared on her face. It was as if she had become a different person. She was filled with a ferocious aura. She nodded and said, Yes, I am that ruthless. Kill her. Clang. The white-haired old woman's arm shook and the ice phoenix sword immediately came back to life. It slashed toward the phoenix-robed woman with a destructive sharpness. The phoenix-robed woman's face turned pale. She pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted, The thing you want is in his hand. The three of them were stunned. They quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. The ice phoenix sword also stopped in the air. Its terrifying aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. What is in my hands? Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them in confusion. The phoenix-robed woman sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. They want the God-slaying tablet. The God-slaying tablet. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. After all this time, it was for this divine artifact. Bing Ruining came back to her senses. She looked at the phoenix-robed woman and then at Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, Sister, you are willing to give the God-slaying tablet to him. It seems that I didn't misunderstand. The relationship between the two of you is really extraordinary. The phoenix-robed woman didn't bother to explain. She transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang. Think of a way. I will tell you the reason later. Qin Feiyang looked at the phoenix-robed woman with flickering eyes. Don't hesitate. Otherwise, we will all be finished. Because I know this woman too well. Once she gets the God-slaying tablet, she will not let us go. The phoenix-robed woman shouted. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, But aren't you the apple of the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch's eye? I don't believe that she will dare to kill you. There is nothing that she won't dare to do. Besides, there is no one else here except for us. Even if she kills us, my father will not be able to pursue the matter. Even if my father finds out, it will be useless. Because as long as she says that she killed me because I had an affair with a human, the clan will not blame her. The phoenix-robed woman transmitted her voice. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, It seems that I have no choice. No. You have to do it, the phoenix-robed woman said. In fact, even if Qin Feiyang did it, she wasn't confident. This was because Bing Ruining and the other two also had sovereign divine weapons. Bing Ruining's two followers were stronger than Qin Feiyang. However, she could only place her hopes on Qin Feiyang now. All right. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at Bing Ruining with a smile. So, you want the god-slaying tablet? All right, I will give it to you. However, you must not make things difficult for me. Give it to her. The phoenix-robed woman's face froze. Bing Ruining was also stunned. She looked at the phoenix-robed woman strangely and asked Qin Feiyang, "What about my sister? Her life and death have nothing to do with me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Bing Ruining was stunned. "You bastard!" The phoenix-robed woman shouted angrily. She didn't expect that he would be such a coward. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. You are so heartless. Sister, see? This is the man you like. Bing Ruining smiled sarcastically and looked at Qin Feiyang. She nodded and said, "All right, I promise you. As long as you hand over the god-slaying tablet, I will let you go." Qin Feiyang said, "Words are not proof. Swear it as proof." The phoenix-robed woman was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Wait. Back then, Qin Feiyang tricked her into swearing a blood oath like this. At this moment, she knew what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. He wanted to trick Bing Ruining into swearing a blood oath. As long as Bing Ruining swears a blood oath, the current situation could be easily solved. This guy was indeed cunning. However, she was looking forward to seeing if the blood oath would come true. Swear it as proof. Bing Ruining was taken aback. Are all humans so childish? If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. However, I have no choice. You are too strong. I only dare to give you the god-slaying tablet if you feel safe. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. All right. Bing Ruining nodded. Straightforward. Then I will teach you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Do I need you to teach me how to swear an oath? Are you doubting my intelligence? Bing Ruining frowned. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the oath I need is different from the one we usually make. Qin Feiyang told Bing Ruining how to make a blood oath. Bing Ruining frowned. Why did he have to make a different oath? Was there a difference? No. There must be something wrong. Otherwise, this human would not have made such an unnecessary move. Hurry up. The phoenix-robed woman was also quite anxious. What was she hesitating about? Didn't she want the god-slaying tablet? Wait. Could it be that this woman had discovered something? You are too childish. I am not in the mood to play such a boring game with you. You don't want to hand it over? Then I will kill you and take it directly. A cold light flashed in Bing Ruining's eyes. She raised her head and looked at the white-haired old man standing behind Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old man understood what Qin Feiyang meant. A powerful pressure immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. So cautious. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that this woman was not easy to deal with. That's right. His original plan was to trick Bing Ruining into making a blood oath. In this way, he could easily control Bing Ruining. As long as Bing Ruining was under his control, all the problems would be solved. However, he did not expect that. Bing Ruining was such a paranoid person. He felt that it was comparable to his paranoia. Now that his plan had failed, he could only make a move. But there was still a chance. Because Bing Ruining and the other two did not know about his means, nor did they know that he had a sovereign divine weapon. They thought that he was an ordinary human. The phoenix-robed woman obviously would not tell him. Therefore, as long as he could kill one of them by surprise at this time, even if they fought, he could still fight. Chapter 35-47. In the blink of an eye, as the white-haired old man's pressure surged over, Qin Feiyang stood motionless on the spot. Bing Ruining, the phoenix-robed woman, the white-haired old man, and the white-haired old woman all thought that Qin Feiyang had been imprisoned. After all, there was a small difference in cultivation level. The white-haired old man's aura could indeed imprison a perfected dominator. However, they did not know that Qin Feiyang had opened the door of potential. Even if there were 2 or 3 of them, they would not be able to imprison him, let alone a small difference in cultivation level. However, Qin Feiyang was still pretending to be imprisoned. "You're just a puny human. We asked you to hand over the god-slaying tablet, so you obediently handed it over. How dare you negotiate with the Divine Phoenix clan? This is the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you." The white-haired old man walked step by step to Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of contempt. "Woo-woo." Qin Feiyang struggled with all his might, letting out a whimper. "Is he trying to say something?" The white-haired old woman whispered. Bing Ruining glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-haired old man and said, "Let him speak. Let's see what he wants to say." Hearing that, the white-haired old man slightly withdrew his oppressive might. However, he did not withdraw it completely. Immediately, Qin Feiyang started to gasp for air. His appearance truly appeared as if he was suffocating. After taking a few breaths, Qin Feiyang looked up at the white-haired old man and said, "May I ask, have you mastered an ultimate law?" The white-haired old man was stunned. He was actually in the mood to ask this. He must be scared silly. The phoenix-robed woman was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Please satisfy my dying curiosity." "Of course." The white-haired old man smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "What ultimate law do you master?" "Destruction law." The white-haired old man held back his patience and said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, a wisp of light instantly flashed through his eyes, and he asked, "Is there a supreme profundity?" "Yes." The white-haired old man nodded expressionlessly. "Amazing." Qin Feiyang's face was full of admiration. He looked at the white-haired old woman and asked, "What about you?" The old woman frowned and said angrily, "No." A trace of disappointment crept up from the bottom of Qin Feiyang's eyes. He shook his head and said, "Then it seems that you are inferior to this old senior." "What did you say?" The white-haired old woman's eyes instantly. What she hated the most was people saying that she was inferior to others. Moreover, they were saying it to her face without giving her any face. I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang waved his hand repeatedly and sighed, "I accept my fate. Do it and give me a quick death." After saying that, he closed his eyes. What is this guy doing? The white-haired old man's eyes. Why didn't he fight back when he had the sovereign weapon? Was he really a fool's size? At eyes, the white-haired old man laughed hoarsely and said, "You're quite aware in this aspect. You know that it's useless to resist." As his voice fell, he raised his arm and a destructive force emerged from his palm. This was the destruction law. Although Qin Feiyang's eyes were closed, he could clearly feel the destructive force. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "White-eyed wolf, you're in luck. I've found another prey for you." However, the white-haired old man didn't sense the danger at all. He raised his arm and slapped the top of Qin Feiyang's head. "Hey!" At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. Clang! In the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the death god's sword slashed out with a sharpness that could tear the sky and earth apart. The white-robed old man immediately let out a miserable scream as his body was directly shattered. Even more than half of his soul was obliterated. This happened in an instant. A supreme expert had suffered a fatal injury. This scene stunned the white-haired old man. She thought that this bastard had given up, but she didn't expect that he was just acting. It was a false alarm. At the same time, Bing Ruining and the white-haired old woman's expression froze. Even the Ice Phoenix sword was stunned, not knowing what to do. Because this scene was truly too sudden, and it had completely exceeded their expectations. "I'm aware, but what about you? Do you have this awareness?" Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes and grabbed the white-haired old man's divine soul with a face full of ridicule. "You're courting death." The white-haired old man roared. Although more than half of his divine soul had been destroyed, his consciousness had not disappeared. At this moment, his tone was full of anger. Moreover, the white-haired old man's divine soul emitted a cold chill, as if he was holding a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. However, Such a small amount of divine soul could no longer condense into a form, so it was in a misty state. It was impossible to tell what the white-haired old man's divine soul was. Courting death. Do you think that I, Qin Feiyang, am scared? Qin Feiyang smiled and clenched his big hand. A part of the white-haired old man's divine soul was instantly annihilated. At this moment, he could feel a murderous intent from Qin Feiyang's body. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of terror. Qin Feiyang didn't talk nonsense with him and directly sealed him with the Karma law and threw him into the interspatial ring. He has a sovereign divine weapon. The white-haired old woman finally came back to her senses and shouted, immediately standing in front of Bing Ruining. The Ice Phoenix sword was also ready to protect Bing Ruining, but it suddenly noticed the woman in the phoenix robe who was about to make a move. It immediately flashed and stood above the woman in the phoenix robe. A terrifying light swept out, and the divine flame protecting the woman in the phoenix robe began to collapse and collapse. Qin Feiyang. The woman in the phoenix robe shouted in panic. Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman in the phoenix robe and looked at the sword of Thanatos with a smile. Please. Clang. Accompanied by a deafening sword cry, the Grim Reaper's sword immediately shot towards the Ice Phoenix sword like a graceful swan. Bing Ruining finally came back to her senses. Seeing this scene, she immediately shouted, "Stop it, or I will let the Ice Phoenix sword kill that woman." Kill her. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Bing Ruining frowned. What did he mean? He didn't care at all? You don't really think that she has an ambiguous relationship with me, do you? Qin Feiyang's face was full of sarcasm. He said faintly, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about the God-slaying tablet. I took it from her. Do you think I care about her life? He took the God-slaying tablet. Bing Ruining looked at the woman in the phoenix robe and asked. That's right. The woman in the phoenix robe nodded. Are you playing with me? Do you think I will believe you? Ice Phoenix sword, kill. Bing Ruining shouted. Clang. The Ice Phoenix sword emitted a terrifying sword light and shattered the divine flame on the woman in the phoenix robe. One had to know. The woman in the phoenix robe was facing a sovereign divine weapon. Without the protection of the divine flame, her body instantly shattered in the void. However, at this moment, the sword of the Grim Reaper arrived and collided with the Ice Phoenix sword. A destructive aura burst out from it. The void collapsed and the desert sank. The water of the underworld river rushed into the sky and surged in all directions. Qin Feiyang decisively retreated. He couldn't touch the river water. Don't let him escape. Bing Ruining shouted. Hearing this, the white-haired old woman swept up Bing Ruining and chased after Qin Feiyang. Very soon, the white-haired old woman found that something was wrong and said in surprise, "How is he so fast?" Bing Ruining was first stunned when she heard this. Then, she stared at Qin Feiyang's back and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. This seemed to be the speed of a peak sovereign. What was going on? Was he not bound by gravity? But how was this possible? One had to know that this was a human, not a member of the Divine Phoenix clan. Capture him first and interrogate him slowly, Bing Ruining said in a low voice. Okay. The white-haired old woman nodded. She used a support-type divine art and her speed instantly increased by several times. After all, she was a peak sovereign and had a support-type divine art. In a few blinks of an eye, she caught up with Qin Feiyang and slammed her palm toward Qin Feiyang's back. You didn't even activate your power of law? It seems like you don't have any awareness at all. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and turned around to attack the white-haired old woman. The power in his body roared crazily and with a loud bang, the white-haired old woman was sent flying. Her entire arm was instantly smashed and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What? Bing Ruining was shocked. The white-haired old woman stabilized her body and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong? Not bad. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at his fist. He was very satisfied with his current powerful physical body. With a sovereign-level physical body and power, as long as the opponent didn't activate their power of law, he could crush even a peak sovereign. Bing Ruining rushed to the white-haired old woman's side and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. The white-haired old woman shook her head and swallowed a divine life pill. She looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, "But this human is a monster." Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and raised his head to look at the battle between the sword of the Grim Reaper and the Ice Phoenix sword. He frowned slightly and wondered if the eldest princess was still alive. Now that he had offended Bing Ruining, it was equivalent to offending the Divine Phoenix clan. In the future, he could only rely on the eldest princess. He hoped that the sword of the Grim Reaper could save her life. With your strength and means, you're definitely not a nobody. Who are you? Bing Ruining's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Bing Ruining. He smiled faintly and said, "Didn't your sister call my name just now?" Qin Feiyang? Bing Ruining frowned. "Yes. But I know that you definitely don't know me. Of course, that's not important. Since you and I are enemies, I will naturally kill you." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and his aura surged out. "Don't be arrogant." The white-haired old woman roared and a wave of frost energy surged out from her body. Heaven and earth instantly turned into a cold winter as the cold current pierced through the bones. The law of ice. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. Your strength is indeed terrifying, but is your law of ice a match for this old woman?" The white-haired old woman's eyebrows were filled with disdain. She raised her hand and pointed at the air and shouted, "Supreme profound, ice sealing heaven and earth." The law of words. Pieces of ice suddenly appeared out of thin air and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Immediately, the space and earth in this place were sealed in ice. Large snowflakes began to float down from the sky. Cold wind whistled through the world. The power of cold ice was all-pervasive. It frantically surged into Qin Feiyang's body through his pores. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's body was covered in ice. Even his flesh and internal organs had turned into ice cubes. Chapter 35-48. Seeing Qin Feiyang sealed in ice, the white-haired old woman and Bing Ruining heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person's law was not strong. Otherwise, coupled with his ridiculously strong physical body, it would be difficult to deal with him. Bing Ruining said, "This person must have a strong background. Bring him back and interrogate him." "Okay." The white-haired old woman nodded and grabbed the air with her hand. Qin Feiyang, who had turned into an ice sculpture, immediately rose into the air and flew toward the two. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang had been completely sealed in ice. Because this was a supreme law. How could a mere perfected dominator withstand the supreme law's ice seal? However, just when they thought that victory was in their hands, a majestic aura suddenly emerged from the ice sculpture. The two were stunned and stared at the ice sculpture in surprise. The aura was getting more and more terrifying. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. How is this possible? The white-haired old woman's gaze trembled. He was not sealed in ice. This aura, it seems to be, Bing Ruining's eyes were also filled with shock. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Karma law. It is indeed the karma law. I didn't expect such a young human to comprehend the karma law." The white-haired old woman's face was filled with shock. But then, the shock on her face turned into doubt. Even if it was the karma law, it was impossible to break the ice seal of the supreme law of ice. Unless, all of a sudden, her body shook and she roared, "Supreme law. What is the supreme law?" Bing Ruining was shocked by the white-haired old woman and asked. "The karma law's supreme law." The white-haired old woman roared in disbelief. A dagger suddenly appeared in front of her. It was sparkling and translucent, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. This was a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. She originally wanted to keep him alive, but the current situation did not allow it. If the other party had really grasped the supreme law of karma, then even she would be in a tough battle. So, she grabbed the dagger and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Crack! Just as the white-haired old woman arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, a dazzling golden light rushed out from inside, and the ice covering Qin Feiyang's body immediately shattered. Following closely, a large hand reached out from the frost mist and grabbed the dagger. What? The white-haired old woman's eyes trembled. How dare he grab the supreme divine artifact with his bare hands? The most frightening thing was, even if he grabbed the dagger with his bare hands, there was no wound on his hand. Just how strong was his physical body? Could it be? Did this kid break the legendary limits of the physical body? Is your power of law very strong? Qin Feiyang slowly raised his head and looked at the white-haired old woman standing in front of him. 10 golden lotuses appeared and danced in the air, exuding a world-destroying divine might. It really is the supreme profundity of the law of karma. The white-haired old woman was dumbstruck. What kind of person was this? Comprehending the supreme profundity of an ultimate law at such a young age? This was too outrageous. I'm asking you, is your power of law very strong? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly, with a strong sense of ridicule. The white-haired old woman was speechless. No matter how strong the supreme profundity of the law of ice was, it couldn't be compared to the supreme profundity of an ultimate law. Previously, she had shamelessly said that the other party's power of law couldn't compare to hers. However, in the blink of an eye, the other party revealed the supreme profundity of the law of karma. This was equivalent to an invisible slap on her face. To tell you the truth, people like you who haven't grasped the supreme profundity of an ultimate law can't arouse my interest. Qin Feiyang chuckled and clenched his hand, causing cracks to appear on the dagger. Seeing this, the white-haired old woman immediately slapped at Qin Feiyang. The law of ice rolled out and shattered the sky. Qin Feiyang let go of the dagger and took a step back. At the same time, the 10 golden lotuses floating around him released a world-destroying power and blasted at the white-haired old woman. Boom! The white-haired old woman was immediately sent flying. She spat out blood and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state. So strong. Bing Ruining's eyes trembled. She didn't expect that this person not only had a sovereign divine weapon, but also his own strength. Now, in front of this person, she, the princess of the divine Phoenix clan, felt like a joke. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and fell on Bing Ruining. He smiled and said, "I saw that you were laughing happily before. Why? You're not laughing now?" Bing Ruining's pupils contracted and there was a trace of unconcealable fear between her brows. "Although I don't know what your identity is in the divine Phoenix clan, no matter who it is, as long as they provoke me, they won't have a good ending. Come on, let me see what you have to be so arrogant in front of me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He raised his hand and a surge of the power of karma appeared. It surged toward Bing Ruining like a huge wave. "Your Highness, be careful." The white-haired old woman's face changed and she quickly rushed in front of Bing Ruining. All the laws surged out and attacked the power of karma. The power of karma was immediately shattered. "How dare you jump in front of me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. 10 golden lotuses roared out and a terrifying divine power shook the area. The white-haired old woman's laws were like withered trees that couldn't withstand a single blow and were shattered one after another. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have mastered the most powerful laws? The white-haired old woman shouted. Ice flames rushed out of her body. Qin Feiyang frowned. He looked at Bing Ruining and saw the same ice flames on her body. They were very similar to the divine flames of the phoenix-robed woman. The only difference was that the phoenix-robed woman's divine flames were fiery red, just like ordinary flames. However, the divine flames on these two people's bodies were made of ice. The 10 golden lotuses flew out aggressively. The two people didn't dodge and just stood there, looking at the 10 golden lotuses calmly. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering rumble, a wave of destructive energy exploded. The wind howled, and dust covered the sky. Qin Feiyang stood in the wind and looked at the old woman and the young woman with shock in his eyes. Facing the attack of the 10 golden lotuses, the two people didn't have any injuries. The ice flames were like an indestructible shield that blocked all the attacks for them. Is it the same as the divine flames? Qin Feiyang murmured. This is too strong. Why didn't the white-haired old man have such an ice flame? That's right. The white-haired old man was killed without any preparation. Moreover, he was killed by the sword of the Grim Reaper, so he probably didn't have time to activate this ice flame. It seemed that the Divine Phoenix clan had their own life-saving abilities. With the protection of the Ice Phoenix flame, Unless you have a Dominator divine weapon, you won't be able to break it no matter how heaven-defying you are. And your Dominator divine weapon is currently fighting with the Ice Phoenix sword, so you can only be beaten up. The white-haired old woman sneered. Ice Phoenix flames? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ice Phoenix flames? Could it be that their bodies were ice phoenixes? The woman in the phoenix robe was from the Fire Phoenix clan and these two were from the Ice Phoenix clan. In other words, there were two clans in the Divine Phoenix clan? We can exhaust you to death. Bing Ruining snorted coldly as the power of law surged around her. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked. Among the 5 types of laws, Bing Ruining discovered the Devour Law. Like the woman in the phoenix robe, they both mastered the Devour Law. No wonder the two became enemies. One was an ice phoenix and the other was a fire phoenix. Ice and fire were incompatible. In addition, they both mastered the Devour Law. Naturally, they would secretly compete with each other. However, whether it was the Ice Phoenix or the Fire Phoenix, they both belonged to the Foam people. Was there a need to do this? Anyway, in Qin Feiyang's opinion, there was no need. They were all from the same clan. Why did they have to make such a big fuss? Boom. The white-haired old woman also activated the 6 profound laws. In addition to the supreme profound meaning of the Ice Law, there was also a supreme profound meaning, which was the supreme profound meaning of the Sword Law. You have also mastered 2 supreme profound meanings? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Humph. Don't underestimate the people of our Ice Phoenix clan. The white-haired old woman snorted coldly. The two of them attacked at the same time. The various profound meanings suddenly turned into a torrent, carrying with it the power to destroy the world as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang counterattacked. Gradually, he didn't need to frown. Both of them were protected by the ice flames. Even if he destroyed the profound meaning of their laws, he wouldn't be able to break the protection of the ice flames. Everything he did was useless. Moreover, as the two of them said, with the constant consumption, Qin Feiyang felt a little tired. Should he activate the law of destruction? But even if he activated the supreme profound meaning of the law of destruction, he wouldn't be able to break the defense of the ice flames. Kill formula? Battle formula? These were all his trump cards. However, these might not be able to break the defense of the ice flames. Unless it was the slaughter domain. But now, since he couldn't enter the Black Tortoise realm, there was no point in activating the slaughter domain. Wait, aren't there still 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang patted his head. 3,000 incarnations. If he activated the supreme profound meaning of the law of karma and the law of destruction at the same time, how powerful would that be? However, could 3,000 incarnations really do it? After all, the white-haired old woman had said before that only the sovereign weapon could break the defense of the ice flames. Forget it. Let's try it first. Ayo! But just as Qin Feiyang was about to activate the 3,000 incarnations, a deafening wolf howl suddenly sounded from the desert behind him. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned his head to look. This seemed to be the howl of the white-eyed wolf. Haha, brother is here. Very soon. The white-eyed wolf's arrogant figure appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Moreover, it was also flying in the air. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had already broken the limit of the last step and raised his physical body to the sovereign level. But that wasn't right. He was only able to break the limit of this step when he entered the inner region, but the white-eyed wolf was able to break the limit in the middle region. Wait a minute. The white-eyed wolf was at the sovereign realm, and he was at the sovereign realm. Because of the difference in cultivation, the gravity they faced was different. Therefore, he had to go to the inner region to break the limit of the last step, but the white-eyed wolf didn't need to go to the inner region. Not bad. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. As expected of a partner who had gone through life and death with him. Chapter 3549. Most importantly, the white-eyed wolf had come at the right time. Because the white-eyed wolf had the horsetail whisk. As long as the horsetail whisk was used, it would be easy to break the ice flames on the two. A wolf. At the same time, the white-haired old woman and Bing Ruining also saw the white-eyed wolf and were slightly stunned. Then, A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. This wolf could actually fly in the air. Could it be that the gravity of the heavy region had disappeared? The white-eyed wolf broke through the air, glanced at Bing Ruining and Bing Ruining, then looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly and said, "What happened? It's only been a while since we last met, and you're in such a sorry state. Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, then looked at Bing Ruining and said, "Hurry up and kill them." "What kind of deep hatred?" The white-eyed wolf was curious. Qin Feiyang said, "There's no deep hatred. They're courting death." "Is that so?" The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at the two with a smile. "Are you stupid? How dare you come and provoke us? How dare you?" The white-haired old woman shouted. "How dare a greater mastery sovereign be so arrogant? And this Qin Feiyang, was his brain kicked by a donkey? How could he let a greater mastery sovereign kill them? How dare you scold me? It seems like you're tired of living." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. "Just you?" The white-haired old woman smiled contemptuously. "Yes. Just you, me. Horsetail Whisk, kill them." The white-eyed wolf shouted. Boom. The horsetail whisk immediately swept out from the white-eyed wolf's body, and divine power surged, covering the sky and earth. "What? Another sovereign divine weapon?" The two's expressions changed. The white-haired old woman grabbed Bing Ruining and used a supreme divine art to turn around and flee. Just who were these two people? They actually had two sovereign divine weapons. "Aren't you all arrogant and haughty? Why are you running now?" White-eyed wolf sneered. Their faces were as dark as water. Especially Bing Ruining. She had never been in such a sorry state since she was young. Especially now, she had been defeated by a human and a wolf cub. It was a great humiliation, but now, they had no choice but to flee. Although they were from the Divine Phoenix clan, their fear of a sovereign divine weapon was no different from that of other creatures. A sovereign divine weapon was one of the most powerful existences in the Sky Cloud realm. Very soon, the two of them crossed the Nether River and fled into the inner region. The reason for that was because the location of their battle was near the Nether River. The horsetail Whisk chased after him. But, faced with the gravity of the inner region, its speed was directly reduced by half. On the other hand, Bing Ruining and the white-eyed wolf were not bound by gravity. By the time Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf reached the Nether River, they were already nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Ice Phoenix sword also shook off the Death God's sword and rushed into the inner area without looking back, disappearing without a trace. "What's going on?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the horsetail Whisk opposite him and couldn't help but frown. "Don't blame it. The opposite side is the inner region. Even a sovereign divine weapon would be suppressed by gravity." Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. Not being able to keep the two of them here would be two big problems. "Is it that terrifying?" The white-eyed wolf scanned the inner region in surprise. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I broke the last limit in the inner region. Why would I lie to you?" "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded and asked suspiciously, "What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak when the Death God's sword fell from the sky. The horsetail Whisk also flew over from the opposite side and asked Qin Feiyang, "After you broke the last limit, were you affected by the gravity in the inner region?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The horsetail Whisk smiled bitterly and said, "Then it seems that the speed of our sovereign divine weapon in the inner region is not as fast as you and the white-eyed wolf. It's okay. As long as your strength is not affected, it's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Okay. You guys take your time to chat." After saying that, the horsetail Whisk disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked at the Death God's sword and asked, "What about that woman?" Whoosh. A wisp of divine soul flew out of the Death God's sword's body. "This." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Death God's sword explained, "At that time, the Ice Phoenix sword attacked too quickly. I could only save a wisp of her divine soul." "Okay, as long as she's still alive." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Death God's sword also flashed and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine soul floating in front of him. Although there was only a wisp left, He could clearly feel a scorching heat wave. This is that woman's divine soul? The white-eyed wolf looked at the divine soul and said in surprise. Yes. She and the other two are both from the Divine Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang nodded. Divine Phoenix clan? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes, according to my guess, the clan in the core region should be the Phoenix clan. This woman belongs to the Fire Phoenix clan, and the other two are from the Ice Phoenix clan. And the identity of this woman will give you a big shock. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, I don't believe that she is the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said jokingly, she is really the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, and she is the eldest princess, the beloved daughter of the Fire Phoenix clan leader. Ah! The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Are you kidding me? She has such a powerful background. After coming back to his senses, the white-eyed wolf asked suspiciously, if she is from the same clan, why did those two come to kill her? Qin Feiyang said, Bing Ruining is also the princess of the Ice Phoenix clan. As for the reason, it is because of the God-slaying tablet. The God-slaying tablet? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf said, it seems that you are not wrong. This God-slaying tablet is a divine artifact that is about to evolve into a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, anyway, we have picked up a big bargain. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, Little Qin Zi, you two have a good relationship, right? Why do you suddenly ask? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. However, when he saw the sneaky smile on the white-eyed wolf's face, he immediately understood that this guy must be thinking about the God-slaying tablet. The white-eyed wolf was about to speak when Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, you don't need to say anything. When the God-slaying tablet evolves into a sovereign divine weapon, I will give it to you. However, there seems to be a problem. What problem? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. The God-slaying tablet belongs to this princess. Even if we have dripped blood on it to recognize it as its master, you should know that for a sovereign divine weapon, it will not be able to bind it. If the God-slaying tablet is loyal to this princess of the Feng people, when it evolves into a sovereign divine weapon, we will not be able to stop it from leaving. Qin Feiyang frowned. This problem must be solved in advance. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If you want a sovereign divine weapon to follow you wholeheartedly, you must gain its approval. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then make it swear a blood oath of loyalty. The artifact spirit is in a deep sleep. I can't even wake it up. How can it swear a blood oath? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf said, will it only wake up after it evolves? It's possible. But I'm not sure. After all, this is the first time we have seen a sovereign divine weapon evolve. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If that's the case, it will be a little difficult. The white-eyed wolf felt a headache coming on. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and simply took out the God-slaying tablet and the artifact spirit. He said, why don't I give it to you now? You can slowly think of a way in the future. The white-eyed wolf looked at the artifact spirit and the God-slaying tablet and nodded. Okay. With a wave of his paw, he sent the artifact spirit and the God-slaying tablet into his sea of qi. He then asked, should we go directly to the core area now or wait for this woman to rebuild her body and divine soul? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Logically speaking, it would be safer to wait for the woman in the phoenix robe to rebuild her body and divine soul before going to the core area. However, this woman was a perfected sovereign. How long would it take for her to rebuild her body and divine soul? Because he couldn't go to the Black Tortoise world now, there was no time array. Wait a minute. Time array? Wasn't the white-eyed wolf able to set up a time array that lasted 500 years in a day? Although it wasn't as long as 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, it could still save a lot of time. At the thought of this, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the central area and then looked up at the inner area. Since he wasn't restricted by gravity now, he might as well enter the inner area and find a place to hide and recuperate for a while. Let's go. Qin Feiyang grabbed the woman in the phoenix robe's divine soul and crossed the Nether River into the inner area. The white-eyed wolf followed closely behind. After entering the inner area, it scanned the surroundings. Was there such a strong gravity here? Even a sovereign weapon would be suppressed. It didn't feel anything. About half an hour passed. Buzz. A space-time transmission channel opened above the Nether River. Bing Ruining made a comeback. Her face was as cold as frost, and her whole body was covered with a murderous aura. The white-haired old woman was also behind her. Beside her was a middle-aged couple. The aura of this middle-aged couple was even more terrifying than the white-haired old woman. Where are they? The white-haired old woman scanned the area below and frowned. It's only been a while. They must still be in the heavy region. Killing intent flashed in Bing Ruining's eyes. The white-haired old woman asked, "The heavy region is so big. How do we find them? What do you think?" Bing Ruining looked at the middle-aged couple. Since this human already knows where we came from, he probably won't step into the inner area and will choose to leave the heavy region. Since they are in the heavy region, they can't use a space-time transmission device, so they can only fly out. Therefore, we can go directly to the boundary between the central area and the outer area and surround them. The middle-aged couple pondered for a while and analyzed. Not necessarily. This Qin Feiyang has two sovereign weapons. Looking at their personalities, they are both lawless. According to my personal speculation, they might go the opposite way and enter the inner area. The white-haired old woman said. Chapter 3550. Hearing this, Bing Ruining felt that it made sense. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely agree with the middle-aged couple's analysis. But after this battle, she had a better understanding of Qin Feiyang's character. He was not the kind of person who would be scared. Moreover, he was also an extremely smart person who was good at strategy. There was a good saying. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Maybe this man and wolf had really entered the inner area. The middle-aged couple looked at Bing Ruining and whispered, "Is the first princess dead or not?" Bing Ruining said, according to the Ice Phoenix sword, she was indeed destroyed. The middle-aged couple looked at each other and said in a deep voice, "That's not the same thing. We have to think of a way to give the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan an explanation." "Explain what? Who knows that she died here? Who would know that we killed her? Even if the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan suspects us, he won't dare to do anything to us without evidence." Bing Ruining snorted coldly. She did not know that the sword of Thanatos had protected a wisp of her soul. That human knows. What if he breaks into the core area and tells the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan? The middle-aged couple frowned. "So we have to find them and kill them. Also, we have to snatch the god-slaying tablet. This is a quasi-dominator divine weapon. As long as it falls into our hands, when it successfully evolves into a dominator divine weapon, the strength of our Ice Phoenix clan will surpass that of the Fire Phoenix clan." Bing Ruining sneered. The white-haired old woman and the other two nodded. This way, Bing Ruining looked at the white-haired old woman and whispered, "Go to the human world immediately and investigate Qin Feiyang's background. The more detailed the better." "Yes." The white-haired old woman respectfully replied and activated a space-time teleportation artifact and quickly left. "The two of you go back and gather more clansmen to seal the exit of the central area and the entrance of the core area. In short, we can't let them leave the central area, and we can't let them sneak into the core area. We have to get rid of them in the central and inner areas." Bing Ruining looked at the middle-aged couple and ordered. "Understood." The couple nodded. "Be careful not to be discovered by the Fire Phoenix clan." Bing reminded them again. "Don't worry, they still don't know about the death of the first princess, so they won't pay attention to our whereabouts." The couple smiled. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf sped through the inner region. "Wait. What about Yun Zhongtian? Why don't I see him?" White-eyed wolf suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He has already been sent out. He should have arrived at Sky Cloud Island by now." "Sent out?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang explained briefly. "I see." White-eyed wolf nodded in understanding and grinned. Although the Yun family's clansmen aren't much, This old man's character is indeed not bad. He's worth cultivating. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and scanned the endless desert before him. He shook his head and said, I wonder how big this inner region is. Do you even need to think about it? They are both forbidden zones, but the inner region of the heavy domain is definitely not smaller than the inner region of the Yin Demon Land. Actually, what I'm most concerned about is whether there are any inheritances of the strongest laws in this inner region. White-eyed Wolf grinned. You. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, when we find a hiding place, I'll give you a surprise. What surprise? White-eyed Wolf looked at him curiously. Keep it a secret for now. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. The reason why he had left it in the white-haired old man's divine soul was to help White-eyed Wolf. As long as he could plunder the white-haired old man's law of destruction, the white-eyed wolf would master the 5 strongest laws, and his strength would increase by a large margin. Time flew by. Half a month passed. A man and a wolf entered a valley. This valley was made up of sand dunes of different heights, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge maze. Qin Feiyang stood above the valley and scanned the surroundings. He and the white-eyed wolf knew nothing about the inner region, so they did not know where they were now. Let's cultivate here. After this woman's divine soul is reconstructed, we'll ask where the entrance to the core region is and then plan our next step. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Along the way, they had not seen a single inheritance land. Could it be that there were no law inheritances in the inner region of the heavy domain? The man and the wolf landed in the center of the valley below, found a relatively hidden cave, and walked in. The white-eyed wolf waved its paw and set up a time array, then stood outside the cave and looked around. Qin Feiyang put the woman's divine soul into the time array, walked to the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, Don't get your hopes up. After all, the dragons and the foam people are 2 different races. The dragons will set up an inheritance land in the inner region, but the foam people will not do the same. Then where is the foam people's inheritance land? I think they must have an inheritance land too. The white-eyed wolf frowned. We'll have to wait until the first princess wakes up. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What an impatient guy. Then he waved his hand, and the white-haired old man's divine soul appeared. He said, Don't worry about the inheritance land. Let's see what this is first. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf turned its head, and a trace of surprise appeared in its eyes. A small part of the white-haired old man's divine soul was imprisoned by the power of karma. However, his consciousness was still there. Human, do you know that you're digging your own grave? The divine soul roared and struggled. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Actually, at that time, there was a third person besides Bing Ruining and the old witch. This person is him. Then why did you keep him? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. For you. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. For me. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. It looked at the white-haired old man's divine soul, its eyes full of doubts. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and said, I'll give you another hint. Here's the surprise I prepared for you. Surprise? The white-eyed wolf frowned and scratched its ears and cheeks, extremely puzzled. But suddenly, its eyes flickered as it looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, Could it be that he has mastered an ultimate law? Correct. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The white-eyed wolf suddenly became excited and asked, What kind of law? Is there any ultimate law? If there's no ultimate law, why would I keep him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying in a low voice, He has mastered the ultimate law of destruction. When the time comes, I'll pretend to be weak and find out more about it. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, it immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang excitedly and licked Qin Feiyang's face, shouting, I really, really love you. Get lost. Qin Feiyang kicked the white-eyed wolf away, wiped the saliva off his face, and said angrily, Aren't you disgusting? Don't be ungrateful. It's your blessing that I love you. The white-eyed wolf snorted. I'm sorry, I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Find someone else. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. How shameless. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, then looked at the white-haired old man's divine soul, its eyes glowing green and drooling. "What do you want?" Looking at the white-eyed wolf's grinning face, the white-haired old man could not help but feel his hair stand on end. "Take a guess." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The white-haired old man shouted, "I don't care what you do, but I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise, when the time comes, even the gods will not be able to save you." The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. "You don't have to worry about that." With that, the white-eyed wolf activated its battle soul. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand, and the power of karma dissipated. The white-haired old man immediately wanted to escape, but as a golden light fell, the white-haired old man's divine soul immediately let out a painful howl, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Dozens of breaths passed. The deprivation was successfully completed. The white-eyed wolf immediately sat on the ground like a human and began to merge. The white-haired old man's divine soul floated in the void, exuding a wave of disbelief. "My edict of destruction, why did the feeling disappear?" He roared hysterically at Qin Feiyang. "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang dug his ears and said angrily, "How annoying." With that, he slammed his palm down. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the white-haired old man's divine soul was immediately annihilated in the void. If the edict of destruction was still there, he could subdue it and use it as a mount. After all, a divine beast like the ice phoenix was rare, and having an ice phoenix as a mount was quite impressive. But now, without the edict of destruction, there was not much value left. Then, Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and entered the cave. He sat cross-legged in the time array and closed his eyes to comprehend the edict of force. Now, he had mastered 8 types of edict of destruction. They were the edict of karma, edict of destruction, edict of slaughter, edict of thunder, edict of war, edict of force, edict of wind, and edict of light. Among them, the edict of karma and edict of destruction had already reached the highest level. The edict of slaughter, edict of thunder, and edict of war had already been comprehended to the 5th level. Next was the edict of force and edict of wind. Finally, the edict of light. The edict of force and edict of wind were comprehended based on the return and action techniques, and were closely related to the 2 divine arts. Therefore, he had to prioritize improving the edict of force and edict of wind. And now, he only needed to comprehend one more 5th-level edict of karma, and he would be able to step into the sovereign realm. At that time, relying on the edict of karma and edict of destruction, the 2 strongest edict of destruction, he would be able to fight against the strongest of the dragons without using a sovereign weapon or activating the slaughter domain. This was what Qin Feiyang was looking forward to. He had to work hard. Firstly, the madman gave him a lot of pressure. It had been more than 3 years since he entered the heavy domain. He did not know how far the madman had grown in the sky cloud realm. Secondly, there was the pressure from the crown prince of the dragons. The first prince of the dragon race had obtained the supreme inheritance of the golden dragon race in the dragon nest. Moreover, in order for the first prince to defeat him, the upper echelons of the dragon race would definitely put in more effort to nurture the first prince. If he didn't work hard, when the time came for him to fight the first prince, there might be variables. For the eye of heaven, he absolutely could not lose this battle. Chapter 3551. Half a day passed. The white-eyed wolf finally succeeded in merging. Boom! A powerful aura surged out, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse. Sand and dust billowed, covering the sky and earth. Qin Feiyang felt the commotion and opened his eyes. He looked at the high-spirited and proud white-eyed wolf standing outside. He couldn't help but be annoyed and said angrily, "Why did you cause such a big commotion? A breakthrough in cultivation? Is this something I can control?" The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and stared at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Let's spar?" "Spar?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The white-eyed wolf with 5 supreme laws came to bully him, someone who only grasped 2 supreme laws. How shameless was he? "I knew you wouldn't dare." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. "I shouldn't have left the destruction law to you." Qin Feiyang glared at it in annoyance. "What a heartless bastard." Heh. The white-eyed wolf grinned and retracted his aura. He looked around and said, "You rest first. I'll take a look around." "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "To see if there's an inheritance land." After saying that, the ingrate activated the momentary time and disappeared without a trace. "You're really worrisome." Qin Feiyang shook his head and closed his eyes to continue comprehending the law of force. He didn't care about anything else. He had to break through to the Perfection Dominator realm first. By then, would the white-eyed wolf still dare to jump around in front of him? As for the fifth profound of the law of force, after Pei Tianhong and Elder Hua's explanations, he had already seen the door. He only needed an opportunity to break through. However, not long after the white-eyed wolf left, a series of footsteps entered his ears. "Someone's here?" Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment. Then, he activated the concealment spell and walked to the front of the woman's soul. He held her soul in his hand and disappeared into the void with it. As for the time array, the white-eyed wolf had hidden itself in the void after setting up the time array, so no one could sense its aura at all. About a moment later, there were 3 men and 2 women sneaking over. Half-step sovereign? His movement speed is still so fast. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 people in astonishment. The 5 of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had extraordinary temperaments. They looked to be in their 20s, and it was obvious that they were not simple people. But their cultivation bases were rather surprising. They were all half-step sovereigns. One had to know. The gravity here was so strong that even perfect sovereigns would be crushed to pieces. However, these 5 half-step sovereigns were able to move freely. One of them was even floating in the air. What did this mean? This meant that they were not bound by gravity. There were only 2 possibilities for them to not be bound by gravity. First, they were like Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, who had broken the limits of their physical body. Second, they were from the same clan as the phoenix-robed woman and Bing Ruining. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that the 5 people in front of him had not broken the limits of their physical body. Therefore, there was only one explanation left. They were also from the Divine Phoenix clan. Since they were from the Divine Phoenix clan, why would they appear in the inner region? After all, there was no land of inheritance in the inner region, nor were there any rare treasures. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix clan had a lot of resources. There was no need for them to come to the inner region to look for treasures. The appearance of the 5 people seemed a little strange. One of the young women looked around and said suspiciously, "There are clearly residual auras here. Why don't I see anyone? It's really strange. We immediately ran over when we sensed that ferocious aura, but we didn't see anything." A young man next to her frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. It turned out that the aura of the white-eyed wolf when he broke through had attracted the 5 of them. However, why would the 5 of them come to the inner region? Could it be that there was indeed a land of inheritance in the inner region, but they had not encountered it yet? A slightly older young man scanned his surroundings before suddenly releasing his divine sense in all directions. "Oh no!" Qin Feiyang exclaimed. The concealment technique could not block the search of divine consciousness. As expected, the older young man immediately looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as they heard the young man's voice, the other 4 immediately looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang with vigilance. Qin Feiyang sent the divine soul of the phoenix-robed woman into his sea of qi to nourish and walked out of the void. The 5 of them stared at Qin Feiyang with horror in their eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 5 of them and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Who are you? How dare you disturb my meditation?" "We are." The older young man hurriedly bowed, but before he could finish his words, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said angrily, "We should be asking you that. Why are you, a human, in our territory?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "How can you tell that I'm a human?" Originally, he wanted to pretend to be a member of the Divine Phoenix clan to scare the 5 of them away, but he did not expect them to recognize him at a glance. This was indeed a little strange. On the surface, these people of the Divine Phoenix clan looked no different from him. How could they recognize him? The older young man said proudly, "You humans are born with a lowly aura. Of course, we can recognize you." "Lowly?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How big of a sense of superiority did he have to be able to say such words? Be careful. He can ignore gravity, so he's definitely not an ordinary human. A young woman transmitted her voice. Heard it. The few of them were stunned. Only then did they realize that this human in front of them could actually talk and laugh under the gravity of the inner area, and was not affected at all. Humans are born with a lowly aura. To be honest, this sentence is very interesting. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised slightly, and an invisible pressure rushed toward the five of them. Seeing that the situation was not good, the five of them turned around and fled. Boom! The pressure rushed out, and the five of them were immediately imprisoned in the void. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the five of them. He said with a smile, "You want to run after scolding me? How can there be such an easy thing?" Sorry, it's our fault." The five of them were full of panic. He could actually fly. What kind of human was this? According to the elders in the clan, only their divine phoenix clan could ignore the gravity of the heavy region. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at the five of them. "I really want to know, as the leader of all living beings, why do you have a lowly aura?" A woman looked at Qin Feiyang unconvinced and said angrily, "So what if you humans are the leader of all living beings? Can the power of bloodline be nobler than us?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, shook his head and said disappointedly, "It seems that you are no different from the dragons. You all think that your bloodline is nobler than others and unattainable." Dragons. The five of them narrowed their eyes. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Looking at the reaction of the five of them, they obviously knew about the existence of the dragons. Suddenly, he thought of a plan and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just joking. In fact, I'm the messenger sent by the dragons." "What? You are the dragons?" The five of them were stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, and his body exuded a pure dragon's might. "It's really the dragons?" The five of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang was silent, observing the reaction of the five of them. Because he wanted to test whether the dragons were good or bad in the eyes of the Feng people. When they came back to their senses, the five of them immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. There was no longer fear in their eyes, but anger. "What are you dragons doing in our heavy region? Are you still hiding here sneakily to inquire about the situation of the Feng people?" They looked angry as if they didn't want to see him. Qin Feiyang pondered. From the reaction of the five of them, it was not difficult to see that the relationship between the dragons and the Feng people was not harmonious. It seemed that this trip was not a mistake. There was a chance to form an alliance with the Feng people. The Feng people ruled a forbidden area, and their strength was not much different from the dragons. As long as he could get the support of the Feng people, it would be much easier to fight against the dragons. "I'm asking you a question. What are you doing in the territory of the Feng people? Also, even the dragons can't ignore the gravity of the heavy region. You have to explain these things clearly." The older young man shouted. Don't be agitated. This humble one has come here on the orders of Lord Dragon King to find your Lord Clan Chief to discuss some important matters." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. "What do the Feng people want to discuss with the dragons?" The five of them snorted. They were doubtful of Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "I'm not joking with you. I really have something to discuss with them. This matter concerns the life and death of the dragons and the Feng people." Hearing this, the five of them looked at each other. It seemed that he was not joking. "What is it?" The older young man was suspicious. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I'm afraid that you are not qualified to know about this matter." The older young man frowned. "How about this? Bring me to the phoenix nest, and I will explain the reason to your patriarch. However, if this matter is delayed because of you, the consequences are not something you can bear." Qin Feiyang's eyes were sharp. The five of them looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and could not help but believe Qin Feiyang's words. "What? Don't tell me that the Feng people are worried that a perfected dominator like me will cause trouble in the phoenix nest." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. What a joke. In terms of strength, the Feng people are not inferior to the dragons. Why would we be afraid of a small messenger of the dragons? Fine. We will bring you to the phoenix nest. The older young man snorted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you. However, I have a companion. I will have to wait for him. A companion? The five of them frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced at the five of them and asked, why did you come to the inner region instead of staying in the phoenix nest? It's none of your business. The older young man replied coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. How cold? However, it could be seen that the dragons and the foam people were not on good terms. Chapter 3552. About an hour passed. The white-eyed wolf had not returned yet. Not only Qin Feiyang, but the foam people and the other four could not help but frown. The older young man asked impatiently, when will your companions come? This. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Are all members of the dragon clan so long-winded? The young man raised his eyebrows, his face full of displeasure. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said angrily, brother, I'm the messenger of the dragons. Can't you be more polite? Is there a need to be polite to you dragons? The young man sneered. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. On the surface, he looked helpless, but in fact, he felt very comfortable. Moreover, seeing the foam people's attitude towards the dragons, he felt a lot more at ease. Whoosh. Time passed and night fell. Finally, with a sound of breaking through the air, the white-eyed wolf landed beside Qin Feiyang like lightning, with a trace of excitement on his face. However, when he saw the foam people and the other four, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, who are they? The foam people. Not long after you left, they found this place. I've already convinced them to take us to the phoenix nest. What about you? What have you been doing all day? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The white-eyed wolf was about to speak. The five people opposite looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Your companion is a wolf. Why? Do you have a problem with wolves? The white-eyed wolf was unhappy when he heard this. One of the young men sneered, the dignified dragons are actually in cahoots with such a lowly creature like a wolf. I think you dragons have fallen. What the hell? Lowly creature? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and asked, is he talking about me? Obviously. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. The foam people were too proud. All creatures were lowly in their eyes. You're courting death. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely when he heard this. Calm down, calm down. Why do we need them to lead the way? Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted them. He looked at the five of them and said with a smile, who doesn't have a few friends, right? Besides, we're all living creatures living on this land. There's really no need to distinguish between nobility and lowliness. Degenerate. Hopeless. The young man snorted coldly. A woman impatiently waved her hand and said, that's enough. What kind of friends do the dragons want to make is their own business. It has nothing to do with us. The youth glanced at the woman and said to Qin Feiyang, all right, follow us to the phoenix nest. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands in thanks. Little Qin Zi, what's going on? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. How did he have anything to do with the dragons again? I pretended to be the messenger of the dragons. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to him. You can do that. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course. Don't forget that I'm also a man with dragon power. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The white-eyed wolf was amused. How could the people of the foam people believe that a human pretended to be a dragon? They were so silly that they were cute. That's him. Stop. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard as two young men came over at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang, the foam people, and the others turned their heads and looked puzzled. They ignored gravity again. It seemed that they were the people of the foam people again. The two young men were also half-step sovereigns. They flew back angrily, but when they saw the five people of the foam people beside Qin Feiyang, they were stunned and asked, you guys are here too? Yes, we came out to try our luck. The older young man nodded. Then, He looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The two young men pointed at the white-eyed wolf angrily and shouted, "This wolf cub stole something from us." The five of them turned their heads and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang also looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously and said, "What's going on?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice, "It's nothing serious. We just stole a supreme divine artifact from them." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said, "Don't think too much. I'm not the kind of person who kills and steals. What did it steal from you guys?" A woman came back to her senses and looked at the two young men and asked, "A supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact." The two young men stared at the white-eyed wolf fiercely. You guys found a supreme divine artifact?" The five of them were surprised. "Yes. All these years, we've been trying our luck in the inner area. Not long ago, we finally encountered a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. But before we could get it, this damned wolf cub suddenly appeared and snatched the divine artifact right under our noses." The two of them were furious. Trying our luck, a supreme divine artifact, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf, "Did you find the land of inheritance?" "No. But we met several groups of people from the Feng people in the inner area. According to my observation, there's no land of inheritance in the inner area, but there are many supreme divine artifacts scattered around. Many young people from the Feng people like to try their luck in the inner area." The white-eyed wolf thought. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. The five young men also came to the inner area to look for divine artifacts. The two young men glanced at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They looked at the five of them and asked, "Why are you with them? And who is this human? Don't you know the rules? You can't have contact with humans." The older young man said, "He's not a human. He's the messenger of the dragons. He came to the Feng people under the order of the Dragon King. As for the wolf cub, he's his companion. We're going to bring them to the phoenix nest." The messenger of the dragons? The two of them were slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and released a wisp of dragon power. "He's really a divine dragon. However, the grand dragon race is actually colluding with a wolf. Truly laughable." The two young men looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. "No matter what your relationship is, he has to hand over the divine artifact. This belongs to the Feng people. You have no right to touch it." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, "Give it back to them. Don't ruin the relationship between the dragons and the Feng people." The white-eyed wolf pouted. He waved his claws and a golden armor appeared. It emitted a powerful aura. "Yes. This is the armor." The two young men's eyes lit up. "Isn't it just a supreme divine artifact? Why are you so excited? You're ignorant." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand disdainfully. He erased the blood contract and threw the armor to the two young men. "You're knowledgeable. Why are you still snatching it?" The two young men said angrily. "It's just a matter of convenience." The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said lightly. The two young men were instantly enraged. He was obviously mocking them for not being strong enough. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Okay, I've returned it to you. Don't be so calculative. Take us to the dragon nest." Seeing that Qin Feiyang's attitude was not bad, the two young men's expressions softened. "Someone else is coming." Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes narrowed and he looked to the left of the desert. Qin Feiyang was startled. He also raised his head and looked over. He saw two figures flying over like two specters. Experts. Their cultivation must have reached the peak dominator realm. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other calmly. However, the seven young men did not notice the two because their cultivation was too weak and they were not vigilant. At the same time, the two figures also noticed Qin Feiyang and the others. Their pupils shrank slightly, and then they quietly flew over. The seven of them finally saw the two of them. Their brows immediately raised, as if they did not like them. However, on the surface, they were still very respectful. "Greetings to the two lords." The seven of them bowed. The two of them nodded and glanced at the seven of them. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked suspiciously, "They are?" The older young man replied respectfully, "They are the emissaries sent by the dragons. They said that they have something important to discuss with the two patriarchs. We are just about to bring them to the dragon nest." The emissaries of the dragons? The two of them were slightly stunned and smiled. "Since they are the emissaries of the dragons, we must treat them well. How about this? We just happen to be at the phoenix nest, so we will bring them back. You guys continue to train." "Yes." The seven of them nodded. "Go." The two of them waved their hands. Immediately, the seven of them turned around and left together. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. Why were the two of them so nice to the dragons? "You two, please." The two of them walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked in front with the white-eyed wolf. The two of them immediately followed. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and sent a sound transmission. "There's killing intent, the white-eyed wolf, be careful." Killing intent. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and could not help but glance at the two of them. The two behind him looked at each other, and killing intent suddenly surged in their eyes. At the same time, they raised their arms and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang turned around, raised his hands, and punched the two of them. Boom. Even if it was 1 against 2, Qin Feiyang's strength was unstoppable, and he sent the two of them flying. Their arms were directly smashed by his terrifying physical strength and strength. Bang! The two of them crashed into the desert below like meteorites, raising a cloud of dust and sand. What's going on? The seven of them had not gone far when they felt the battle behind them. They immediately turned around and flew back, looking at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf again. One man and one wolf stood in the air, looking down at the two of them, their eyes full of disdain. What a strong physical body. The two of them slowly got up, looked at each other, and decisively turned around to escape. "Hey!" Qin Feiyang bared his teeth, activated Moment of Time, and instantly blocked in front of the two of them. So fast. The two of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. "Since you attacked us, you should already know our true identity. If I'm not wrong, you should be Bing Ruining's people." The two of them changed their expressions. They did not expect him to guess their origin so quickly. "What are you doing?" With a shout, the seven of them flew over and glared at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "It's none of your business, get lost." The white-eyed wolf turned around and shouted at the seven of them. Chapter 3553. How dare you? The seven of them were furious. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost if you know what's good for you. You're the ones who should get lost. How dare you cause trouble in the heavy region? Even if it's you dragons, the foam people won't let this go." Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. How stupid. The white-eyed wolf looked at the seven of them helplessly. "Let's not talk about anything else. Is this battle something you half-step dominators can interfere with?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the seven of them and didn't pay much attention to them. He looked down at the two and said with a smile, "Since Bing Ruining sent you to find us, you should know that I have a Dominator Divine weapon, right?" "What? He has a Dominator Divine weapon?" The seven of them trembled and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait. Why did he mention Bing Ruining? What was going on? The two of them heard this and their faces were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You knew that I have a Dominator Divine weapon and you still dared to attack us from behind. You're really brave." The two of them panicked to the extreme. They did know that the man and the wolf had Dominator Divine weapons. Bing Ruining also told them not to act rashly if they found the man and the wolf. They had to report it immediately. But before that, when they saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf pretending to be dragons, they wanted to beat them at their own game. First, they quietly approached Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and attacked from behind. As long as they didn't leave any traces, even if they had a Dominator Divine weapon, they wouldn't be able to react. And if the sneak attack was successful, it would be a great achievement. But they didn't expect that the other party would notice it. They couldn't figure it out. They didn't reveal any flaws before, so how did the man and the wolf discover it? In fact, if it was someone else, they would have succeeded. But unfortunately, they met Qin Feiyang. Because of the slaughter region, Qin Feiyang was very sensitive to killing intent. No matter how well they hid it, they couldn't escape his perception. Tell me, what is Bing Ruining's plan? Qin Feiyang asked. Her Highness, the two of them stammered. If you tell me, I can consider letting you live. But if you don't, then you will end up like the old man beside Bing Ruining. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the two of them couldn't help but tremble. 3, 2, 1. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't even think about getting any useful information from us. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly roared. A destructive aura rushed out of their bodies. In any case, his opponent had a sovereign weapon, so there was no way he would be able to survive. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf raised their eyebrows. The sword of the Grim Reaper appeared in an instant, protecting the man and the wolf. Qin Feiyang pointed at the 7 young men who were standing not far away, and said, "Protect them too." But it was too late. The two of them exploded in the void, and a terrifying shockwave instantly flooded in all directions. The 7 young men screamed on the spot, and their souls were destroyed. Even the armor that White-Eyed Wolf gave to the 2 young men was shattered on the spot. They blew themselves up just like that. They don't even care about the lives of their people. How ruthless. White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. It's all because of the sword of the Grim Reaper and the horsetail whisk. Otherwise, do you think they would be willing to blow themselves up? Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, they were indeed very decisive. Because even if the two of them told him about Bing Ruining's plan, he wouldn't let them go. The two of them must have seen this point, so they chose to blow themselves up. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang glanced at the void where the 7 young men died, and there was a trace of regret on his face. It wasn't easy to persuade these people to lead the way for him, but he didn't expect that all of them would die. White-Eyed Wolf was right, they were stupid. They could have left alive, so why did they run back? Did they really think that the Feng people were invincible and no one dared to kill them? They still lacked experience. In the eyes of the young men of the Feng people, they were superior overlords, and no one dared to offend them or touch them. It was fine for people like them to live in their own territory, but once they entered the outside world, they wouldn't be able to survive for long due to the cruel laws of the outside world. White-Eyed Wolf waved his paw and said, "Don't worry about them. Anyway, there are many young men of the Feng people in the inner area. We can just catch a few more. Then let's find a place to hide first." The explosion of these 2 people is quite loud, and it's likely to attract their companions. Qin Feiyang finished speaking, and like White-Eyed Wolf, he flew away like lightning. Sure enough, not long after, several figures flew over one after another. Standing in the sky, they glanced at the sand rolling in the desert below. This seems to be Dayuan's aura. They actually blew themselves up. It seems that they must have met Qin Feiyang and that Wolf King. Quickly inform His Highness. One of them immediately took out a divine sound stone and sent a message to Bing Ruining. Soon, Bing Ruining brought the middle-aged couple and landed in the sky above the desert. Feeling the surging waves of the explosion, her face sank. The middle-aged couple said in a deep voice, "It seems that they really met Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, no one in the heavy territory could force them to blow themselves up. Because humans couldn't enter the inner area of the heavy territory, and only the Feng people could enter. It was impossible that they were forced to blow themselves up by the Feng people. Therefore, other than Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf, there was no other explanation." Bing Ruining clenched her fists and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you many times not to be impulsive when you meet Qin Feiyang? Why didn't you listen? Your Highness, please calm down. Although they didn't do a good job, at least now we can confirm that Qin Feiyang is in the inner area, so our search area can be narrowed down." The middle-aged couple comforted her. "You can't do anything right." Bing Ruining snorted and pondered for a while. Looking at the middle-aged couple, she said, "Our clansmen are in the inner area, so be careful of Qin Feiyang's tricks. Tricks? The couple was suspicious. Yes. It's very likely that he will use our clansmen to sneak into the core area. Bing Ruining nodded. It doesn't matter. We've already sent people to ambush the exit of the core area. Even if our clansmen are tricked by him and take him to the phoenix nest, they won't be able to get past us. The middle-aged couple said. What if he instigates our clansmen to send a message to the Fire Phoenix clan? You should know that my elder sister was killed by the Ice Phoenix sword. If the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan finds out about this, even if he doesn't believe it, he will ask Qin Feiyang about it. Although we've already thought of a way to deal with it, a lot of trouble will be inevitable. So I plan to strike first. Bing Ruining's eyes flashed coldly. How do you plan to strike first? The middle-aged couple was suspicious. Just say that my elder sister was killed by Qin Feiyang. This way, the Fire Phoenix clan will immediately send people to hunt down Qin Feiyang. Coupled with my Ice Phoenix clan, he won't be able to escape from the inner area. Bing Ruining sneered. That makes sense. The first princess is the apple of the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch's eye. When he finds out about this, he will definitely go crazy. Alright, I'll go to the Phoenix Nest and personally report this to the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly, turned around and activated a space-time teleportation artifact to leave. Bing Ruining retracted her gaze and looked at the middle-aged man next to her, shouting, "Pass down the order, with this place as the center, use your divine sense to carry out a carpet, sir." Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Time flew by and the sun rose. In the inner area, above the southern desert, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf sped forward while scanning the area ahead. Soon, they saw a sand dune about 100 feet high. Qin Feiyang looked at the sand dune and said, "After a night of running, we should be safe for the time being. Let's go there and hide." Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. A man and a wolf flew over and landed beside the sand dune. Qin Feiyang sighed. If Bing Ruining knows about the self-destruction of those two people, she will definitely carry out a search in the inner area. It will be impossible to find an absolutely hidden place to hide. The white-eyed wolf said, "So now, we have to quickly find someone to take us into the core area." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, you set up a time array and then look around nearby. Don't go too far, because now, we can face danger at any time." Got it. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and set up a time array. Then, he turned around and activated the moment of time, disappearing like lightning. Qin Feiyang entered the time array and took out the phoenix-robed woman's divine sense. He sighed, "Wake up quickly, or we will really be in trouble." Bing Ruining already knew that he had two sovereign divine weapons, so she would definitely be prepared. The next time they met, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. Therefore, only when the phoenix-robed woman woke up and brought him into the phoenix nest could he explain clearly. And after entering the phoenix nest, even if Bing Ruining still wanted to kill him, she would have to think twice. Time flew by. Another night came. Late at night, the white-eyed wolf finally returned. Seeing the white-eyed wolf return alone, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Didn't you say that there are many people from the Feng people in the inner area? Why are you gone for so long? And you didn't bring anyone back." "Bad news," the white-eyed wolf said in a low voice. "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. "When I went out yesterday, I did see many people from the Feng people, but when I went to look for them today, I didn't even find a shadow. At first, I thought that I was possessed, but later, I met 2 fire phoenixes who were sovereigns. I thought that since they were fire phoenixes, we could go to them for help. After all, this woman is the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. But when I went to them, they attacked me without saying anything. They even said that they wanted to avenge the eldest princess." The white-eyed wolf's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. "How is that possible? Are you sure they are fire phoenixes?" Qin Feiyang frowned in disbelief. "I'm sure." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "If they are fire phoenixes, why would they attack you?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This didn't make sense. Chapter 3554. The white-eyed wolf said, "I didn't understand at first, but when I destroyed their cultivation and interrogated them, I found out that they thought we killed their princess. We killed their eldest princess. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the divine soul of the woman in the phoenix robe. Wasn't she still alive? Moreover, it should be said that they saved the woman in the phoenix robe, otherwise she would have died in Bing Ruining's hands. Wait, Bing Ruining. This must be Bing Ruining's doing. At that time, Bing Ruining didn't know that the sword of Thanatos had preserved a wisp of the woman in the phoenix robe's divine soul, so she thought that Bing Ruining was dead. So she played along and told the people of Feng people that she was the one who killed the woman in the phoenix robe, causing the entire Feng people to hunt her down. This woman really had a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Did you explain to the people of the Fire Phoenix clan? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. But they didn't believe me. Moreover, I planned to kidnap them and let them see it with their own eyes. But at the critical moment, the people of Feng people came, and they were from the Ice Phoenix clan, so I had to give up. The white-eyed wolf sighed. This must be Bing Ruining's plan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with coldness. Damned woman, sooner or later I'll strip her clothes, tie her up, and parade her through the street. The white-eyed wolf was furious. The princess of the Ice Phoenix clan actually did such a despicable thing. Wasn't she ashamed? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and grabbed the divine soul of the woman in the phoenix robe. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Your whereabouts have been exposed. You can't stay here for long. Leave immediately. Now the entire Feng people are hunting us down. Where can we go?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Leave the inner area," Qin Feiyang said decisively. "Is that necessary? I think we should find a way to find the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Because this woman is not dead at all. When the patriarch sees that his daughter is not dead, the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. At the same time, we can turn the tables on Bing Ruining." The white-eyed wolf said. "I've thought about this problem too. But now that the princess is not awake, even if we find her, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, he might not believe our words. Plus, Bing Ruining wants to get rid of us. She will definitely stir up trouble. For example, Bing Ruining lied and said that we kept the first princess's godly soul to threaten the Phoenix clan. But now, faced with the Phoenix clan's pursuit, we had no choice but to hand over the godly soul and take the initiative to express our goodwill to the Phoenix clan. Anyway, if she wants us as STS, she have her, but we are different. We are just outsiders. Phoenix clan wolf out s fong t fong fongs fong Phoenix clan t have it. After all, the Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix are from the same clan. Even if the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan looks at his daughter's Ice Phoenix soul and is skeptical of our words, we'll still be in a lot of trouble. So, to avoid these unnecessary troubles, we'd better hide for a while and wait for the princess to wake up. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He did not expect to be involved in this mess. He had always been afraid of trouble, but no matter where he went, a lot of trouble would come to him. Then we'll just keep running like this. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Don't worry, we won't keep running. When the princess wakes up, the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. At that time, I want to see what kind of expression Bing Ruining will have when she sees the first princess in front of her alive. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Bing Ruining had really pissed him off this time. He would settle this score with her in the future. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If they went to find the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, there would indeed be a lot of trouble. With a wave of his paw, the time array dissipated. Then, the man and the wolf restrained their auras and sped outside. As expected, not long after, more than a dozen people flew over. There were the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan. Compared to the Ice Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan was even angrier. The princess's death was undoubtedly a fatal blow to them. So, no matter what, they had to catch this arrogant person and make him pay with his blood. Half a month later, the Nether River appeared in front of the man and the wolf. On the way, they were extremely difficult because they would occasionally encounter people from the Feng people. Basically, they had to narrowly avoid being searched every time. Stop. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stopped beside a sand dune. He stuck his head out and looked at the Nether River in front of him. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, logically speaking, the Feng people should have sent people to seal off the inner area. But why is there not even a shadow in the sky above the Nether River? The desert in front of them stretched as far as the eye could see. The Nether River was like a giant dragon, cutting the desert in half. The heavy region was not like the Yin Demon Land, which was covered by the Yin Demon power. So, everything in front of them could be seen at a glance. But as far as the eye could see, there was not a single person from the Feng people. The atmosphere was so quiet that it made people a little nervous. Can't they ignore the rules? Is it possible that they are hiding in the Space Divine item? The white-eyed wolf secretly asked. Space Divine item. Qin Feiyang was shocked. If the people from the Feng people were really hiding in the Space Divine item, it would be impossible to guard against them. Because now, they did not dare to release their divine senses to search at all. Because once they released their divine senses, it was equivalent to exposing their whereabouts. Let's try using the concealment technique. If they are really hiding in the Space Divine item, then we can't use our divine senses to search for them. Without divine senses, then we can rely on the concealment technique to leave the inner area. Now, I am worried that they have used the power of law to seal off the void. Qin Feiyang whispered. The white-eyed wolf scanned the sky above the Nether River and said, I don't feel the aura of the power of law. I don't think so. I hope so. But the aura of the power of law can be concealed, so we can't let our guard down. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Got it. The white-eyed wolf nodded and then said secretly, actually, even if we are discovered by them, they can't stop us without a sovereign divine weapon. It's hard to say. The Feng people claim that they are as strong as the dragons. This means that they should have more than 1 or 2 sovereign divine weapons. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment technique. The white-eyed wolf became palm-sized and jumped onto Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Then, Qin Feiyang flew toward the Nether River like a ghost, not making the slightest sound during the whole process. The Nether River was getting closer and closer. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, they were all paying close attention to the surrounding situation. Wait. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang braked and stopped, looking at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. There is someone over there. The white-eyed wolf pointed to a sand dune not far away from the opposite bank of the Nether River, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang looked up. He saw that the sand dune was about a few thousand miles away from the Nether River. It was about 100 feet high and looked very conspicuous in the boundless and flat desert. However, he didn't see anyone on the sand dune. I clearly saw a figure just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The white-eyed wolf scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, Are you sure you saw a figure? Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded. A few thousand miles was nothing to its cultivation level, so it definitely didn't see wrongly. Could it be someone from the Feng people? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I don't know. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. If it was in the inner region, it would definitely be someone from the Feng people. However, the gravity in the central region could be withstood by beings at the peak sovereign realm, and there were indeed many beings exploring the central region. Therefore, it was hard to make a judgment in this situation. Let's take a gamble. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and continued to fly toward the Nether River. If it was someone from the Feng people, it meant that the Feng people's blockade was on the other side of the Nether River. Since the blockade was on the other side, there wouldn't be any blockade in the sky above the Nether River. After about 10 breaths, they finally arrived at the Nether River. Scanning the empty void, they didn't stop and went straight to the sky above the river. Boom. However, before they entered the sky above the river, the man and the wolf seemed to have collided with an invisible barrier. A terrifying aura erupted and directly pushed them back. The invisible state of the concealment art was also forcefully broken. At the same time, On the riverbank, a screen of light slowly appeared in the void. The light screen was as tall as the sky and extended along the Nether River to both ends, emitting dazzling divine light. From afar, it looked like a giant wall towering into the sky between the central region and the inner region, releasing a terrifying space-time force. This is space-time law. It's really blocked. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's expressions changed. Without hesitation, they took out the sword of Thanatos and slashed at the space-time barrier. Humph! But at the same time, a cold snort sounded in the void. The next moment, a middle-aged man with his upper body exposed and wearing a pair of large underpants walked out of the void. He was 2 meters tall, with short snow-white hair and bulging muscles. There was a trace of coldness on his face and a wild aura around him. Expert! Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Without any hesitation, the sword of Thanatos rushed into the sky, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy the world, and attacked the middle-aged man. But in this regard, the middle-aged man didn't retreat at all. He waved his hand and a shining iron hammer appeared. It was 3 feet long and seemed to be condensed from ice, emitting a bone-piercing cold current. As soon as this black ice iron hammer appeared, a monstrous divine power suddenly burst out. Chapter 3555. The middle-aged man grabbed the dark ice hammer and smashed it at the sword of Thanatos. Clang! The 2 artifacts collided with a loud bang, and a terrifying wave of energy immediately rolled out in all directions like a torrent. The sword of Thanatos instantly retreated to the front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Its divine power fell down, protecting the man and the wolf from being affected by the wave of energy. Dominator divine weapon. The white-eyed wolf stared at the dark ice hammer in the middle-aged man's hand and swallowed his saliva. Horsetail whisk. You should also help out. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom. The horsetail whisk carried a monstrous power and roared out. Qin Feiyang grabbed the sword of Thanatos, and the white-eyed wolf held the horsetail whisk. The man and the wolf looked at each other and immediately charged at the middle-aged man. Seeing the 2 Dominator divine weapons, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. But he did not retreat. He was like a barbaric war god, holding the dark ice hammer and smashing it at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. How dare you! The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, and the horsetail whisk shone brightly as it attacked. But Qin Feiyang suddenly turned in the air, and the sword of Thanatos was extremely sharp, and slashed at the space-time enchantment. That's right. His target was the space-time enchantment. Because he did not want to continue fighting. Now he was not qualified to continue fighting. The fluctuations of the Dominator divine weapons were not comparable to those of the heaven-defying divine weapons. The nearby Feng people must have sensed it. Moreover, he did not believe that the middle-aged man was the only one guarding the exit. In addition, the Feng people could open the space-time transmission channel and space-time transmission artifact in the heavy region. So as long as they sensed the movement here, they could immediately come to support. So, he had to break the space-time enchantment immediately and leave the inner area. The white-eyed wolf and the middle-aged man collided, and the world rumbled and the void collapsed. Qin Feiyang also slashed at the space-time enchantment with his sword. Originally, in his opinion, without the middle-aged man's obstruction, it would be easy to break the space-time enchantment. After all, the sword of Thanatos was a Dominator divine weapon. Who could block the Dominator divine weapon? Indeed. When his sword slashed at the enchantment immediately. However, although it was violently twisting, it did not break. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. Seeing this, the ingrate was immediately dumbfounded. The invincible sovereign divine weapon was unable to break through this space-time barrier. Are you kidding me? I must be seeing things. However, the truth was right in front of him. This scene was too sword. The space-time. It again. The Grim Reaper's sword also found it hard to accept as he shouted at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang held the sword of Thanatos with both hands. His eyes flashed coldly as he slashed at the sword of Thanatos. Crack. A crack finally appeared in the space-time enchantment. Although the enchantment was broken, Qin Feiyang could not help but be surprised. It took 2 slashes to tear open the space-time enchantment. What cultivation level was the owner of this enchantment? Let's go. When he came back to his senses, Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and slashed at the middle-aged man. After forcing the middle-aged man to retreat, he took the white-eyed wolf and flew toward the crack in the enchantment without looking back. However, before they entered the crack, an arrow fell from the sky. It destroyed everything and went straight for Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He quickly turned around and slashed at the arrow. With sparks flying, the arrow shattered in the void. However, Qin Feiyang was also knocked back. His face was pale. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." With a hoarse voice, a white-haired old man descended from the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. He was holding a divine bow in his hand. It was as if it was condensed from ice and emitted rays of divine light. At the same time, the middle-aged man also held the dark ice iron hammer and rushed over aggressively. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and turned to look at the space-time enchantment. They almost went berserk. In the blink of an eye, the crack in the space-time enchantment had automatically repaired itself. Clang! The middle-aged man rushed over. Without any words, he directly attacked Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old man held the divine bow in his hand and also attacked the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang sneered. "Are you in such a hurry to kill us? Are you afraid that we will tell the real cause of the princess's death to the Fire Phoenix clan?" The two of them were silent. They did not hide their killing intent. "It seems like that is the case. It's not that easy to kill us." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. A monstrous battle intent erupted from their bodies. Since they had come to this point, there was no way to escape. One word: fight. The Grim Reaper's sword and the horsetail whisk fully recovered. The man and the wolf were fearless. They fought with the middle-aged man and the white-haired old man. Terrifying fluctuations swept in all directions. The void was directly turned into chaos. Under the impact of the battle, the space-time enchantment was constantly broken and rapidly repaired. This scene made Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf even more surprised. Who created the space-time enchantment? It was actually so strong. On the other side, on the sand dune that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf saw, a figure suddenly walked out. It was a young man in white. His figure was tall and straight. He was as handsome as jade. His temperament was quite extraordinary. He stood on the sand dune and looked at the battlefield in the inner region. His brows were tightly knitted together. What happened? The Grim Reaper's sword is still here. But the ancestor is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Suddenly, the young man in white trembled. Could it be that the ancestor had met with misfortune? That's right. This person was Yun Xiang. Damn the Feng people. How dare they kill my ancestor? He clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the inner region, the battle was getting more and more intense. The collision of the 4 sovereign divine weapons could only be described as apocalyptic. If it were not for the space-time enchantment, most of the central region would have been destroyed. The inner region was in an uproar at this moment. This seems to be the aura of the Xianbing divine hammer and Xianbing divine bow. Who are they fighting with? The battle of the 4 sovereign divine weapons had alarmed almost half of the inner region. Whether it was the Ice Phoenix clan or the Fire Phoenix clan, their faces were filled with shock. This is the aura of the Grim Reaper's sword. It's Qin Feiyang. At a certain place, Bing Ruining looked in the direction of the Nether River. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged couple next to her had been protecting her. Hearing Bing Ruining's words, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. A space-time passage appeared. "We must get rid of the Fire Phoenix clan before they do," Bing Ruining said coldly. She stepped into the space-time passage. The middle-aged couple followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them arrived above the battlefield. The Ice Phoenix sword immediately appeared. Divine aura surged and protected the 3 of them. Ice Phoenix sword. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. This woman was really fast. Back off. Bing Ruining looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, as well as the middle-aged man and the white-haired old man. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix clan's people hadn't arrived yet, she snorted coldly at the middle-aged couple, grabbed her Ice Phoenix sword, and swooped down to kill Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Although the middle-aged couple's cultivation was high, they could not interfere in the battle of the sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, if they did not leave, they would be affected by the battle. Therefore, when Bing Ruining spoke, the two of them quickly retreated to a distance to watch the battle. Bing Ruining, as the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Qin Feiyang forced the middle-aged man back with his sword. Then, he grabbed the Grim Reaper's sword and charged toward Bing Ruining aggressively. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the middle-aged man roared. He grabbed the Black Ice Divine Hammer and chased after Bing Ruining with a sovereign divine art. Whether it was for Bing Ruining or the entire Ice Phoenix clan, this human must die. "Go to hell." Bing Ruining smiled coldly. Her Ice Phoenix sword slashed out with a monstrous light. "You're the one who's going to die." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he met the attack with his sword. When the two swords collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. "It really is the purple gold dragon blood." When the middle-aged man saw this, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The Black Ice Divine Hammer in his hand spewed out a bone-piercing cold current as it smashed toward Qin Feiyang's head. Bing Ruining had already told the main figures of the Ice Phoenix clan that Qin Feiyang had the purple gold dragon blood. They were the higher-ups of the Ice Phoenix clan. However, no one in the Fire Phoenix clan knew about this yet. Facing the middle-aged man's attack, Qin Feiyang's body tensed up. He quickly stabilized his body and turned around to slash with his sword. How could a hasty counterattack be a match for the middle-aged man? After all, the middle-aged man had been accumulating his power for a long time. With a loud clang, Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. His arm was split open and blood flowed out. Seeing this, Bing Ruining and the middle-aged man charged toward Qin Feiyang at the same time. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Little Qinzi!" The white-eyed wolf roared as he frantically attacked the white-haired old man with his horsetail whisk. However, the Black Ice Divine Bow in the white-haired old man's hand was also a Dominator divine weapon. Moreover, he was aware of Qin Feiyang's situation. There was no way he would give the white-eyed wolf a chance to help. He would fight the white-eyed wolf with all his might, leaving the white-eyed wolf anxious. "You and my sister are in love. If I don't send you down to reunite with her now, how can I live up to our sisterhood?" Bing Ruining sneered. Her Ice Phoenix sword was pitilessly sharp and did not give Qin Feiyang any chance to breathe. The middle-aged man was even more ferocious. The two of them charged toward Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Their two Dominator divine weapons mercilessly attacked. "Qin Feiyang, I promised Yun Zhongtian to protect your safety. Find a chance to escape. I will hold them back." The Grim Reaper's sword's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. With a loud clang, a black fog roared out from the Grim Reaper's sword. An aura of death suddenly enveloped the area. In the black fog, a giant black figure could be vaguely seen. It was as if a demon god had descended. Then, the black fog surged and enveloped Qin Feiyang, protecting him like a barrier. "Go. Don't look back." With a violent roar, the Grim Reaper's sword charged toward Bing Ruining and the middle-aged man without hesitation. One could clearly feel a sense of determination. Chapter 3556. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was enraged. He looked at Bing Ruining and said, "The Foam people. No, the Ice Phoenix race, you will pay for what you did today." Boom. The 3,000 clones activated. The Destruction Law and Karma Law Paramount Profundity roared out at the same time. The 3,000 Destruction Law Paramount Profundity and the 3,000 Karma Law Paramount Profundity exuded a destructive aura. That's right. He didn't run away. He couldn't abandon the sword of the Grim Reaper, let alone the white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk. Moreover, even if he ran away now, he wouldn't be able to escape the inner area. He would fall into Bing Ruining's hands sooner or later. Bing Ruining, the middle-aged man, and the white-robed old man were shocked. The destruction law paramount profundity. Not only did he master the karma law paramount profundity, but he also mastered the destruction law paramount profundity. This person's talent was too terrifying. Even if I'm like a moth flying into a flame, I still want to fight. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 3000 karma law paramount profundity and the 3000 destruction law paramount profundity turned into a torrent that flooded the sky and swept across the land. Since you know you're like a moth flying into a flame, then give up struggling. Bing Ruining and the white-robed old man's eyes turned cold as they attacked the sword of the Grim Reaper. With a clang, the sword of the Grim Reaper was sent flying and a crack appeared on it. Then, the two grabbed the Ice Phoenix sword and the Black Ice Divine Hammer and charged toward the 6000 profundity. Rumble. 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 Under the might of the two sovereign divine weapons, the 6000 ultimate profound meanings could not resist at all, and they all crumbled. Original body, let's retreat. There's still hope if we retreat. If we don't retreat, we'll die. The 3000 clones shouted. With their strength, even if they only had one sovereign divine weapon, they wouldn't be able to fight, let alone to die. Struggling is futile. Bing Ruining sneered as the Ice Phoenix sword left her hand and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Clang. Seeing this, the sword of the Grim Reaper hurriedly blocked in front of it. The two divine weapons collided once again, and a destructive aura flooded the surroundings. Qin Feiyang had the protection of the sword of the Grim Reaper, so he was only sent flying. However, his 3000 clones were instantly annihilated by this destructive aura. Now, let's see who can save you. Seeing that the Death God's sword was being held back by the Ice Phoenix sword, the middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile on his face. He gripped the profound Ice Divine Hammer tightly and activated an auxiliary divine art, charging towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang truly felt the threat of death. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was accompanied by the divine might of a sovereign armament. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the air. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a square face. He wore a fiery red robe, and his long hair danced in the wind like flames. Strands of white hair could be vaguely seen on his temples, giving off a vicissitude aura. His entire person was like an emperor, exuding an invisible majesty that made people revere him. At the same time, above the middle-aged man's head, a palm-sized divine jade floated. The divine jade was surrounded by flames, and a fire phoenix was carved on it. The divine might of a sovereign armament came from this divine jade. From this, one could see that this divine jade was a sovereign realm divine weapon. Not good. Bing Ruining's pupils shrank when she saw this person. She shouted at the middle-aged man, "Quickly deal with him." Qin Feiyang clearly saw the change in Bing Ruining's expression. He instantly realized that this person was most likely the father of the phoenix-robed woman. He was also the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Patriarch, I have something to say. Your daughter is not dead." "What? She's not dead?" Bing Ruining was shocked. The middle-aged man and the white-haired old man also had a trace of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, the patriarch of the Fire Feng people was originally looking at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. However, when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his body trembled slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Stop." Bing Ruining quickly said, "Uncle, don't listen to him. I saw him kill my sister with my own eyes." At the same time, she said to the middle-aged man, "Quick." The middle-aged man madly charged at Qin Feiyang. The sword of Thanatos was blocked by the Ice Phoenix sword. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk were restrained by the white-haired old man and the black ice divine bow. Qin Feiyang was once again in a desperate situation. However, for Qin Feiyang, as long as the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan arrived, there was still a glimmer of hope. He indeed took out the remnant soul of the phoenix-robed woman and shouted, "This is your daughter's divine soul. She's not dead." Bing Ruining's eyes trembled. How could this be? She had clearly been crushed to pieces by the Ice Phoenix sword's divine power. When the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan saw the phoenix-robed woman's divine soul, he immediately took a step forward. This was the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time. In just an instant, he landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the middle-aged man who was charging at him, he shouted, "I told you to stop. Don't you understand?" The middle-aged man panicked and stopped abruptly. He couldn't help but look at Bing Ruining. Bing Ruining was annoyed. She was about to get rid of Qin Feiyang, but she didn't expect this old man to suddenly appear. The patriarch of the Fire Foam people looked at the Ice Phoenix sword, the white-haired old man, and the black ice divine bow and shouted, "All of you, stop." One had to admit that the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan was indeed awe-inspiring. One sentence was enough to make the white-haired old man and the two sovereign divine weapons stop fighting. The white-eyed wolf, the sword of Thanatos, and the horsetail whisk immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at Bing Ruining, the white-eyed wolf didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. The patriarch of the Fire Foam people glanced at them one by one and finally looked at the phoenix-robed woman's remnant soul. A trace of joy crawled up his face. He then carefully held the remnant soul and smiled. "You really scared me to death. I really thought you were dead." His face was full of care. However, seeing that the remnant soul didn't respond for a long time, the patriarch of the Fire Foam people raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. "What's going on? Her divine soul is too damaged. She hasn't woken up yet," Qin Feiyang said. The patriarch of the Fire Foam people raised his eyebrows. "Uncle, even if sister is still alive, we can't let them go. After all, it's because of them that sister became like this," Bing Ruining said. The patriarch of the Fire Foam people heard this and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good. He quickly looked at Bing Ruining and said, "Now that things have come to this, you still want to slander us?" "Slander?" Bing Ruining's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. She shouted, "This is the truth. How do you still want to quibble? If sister didn't die in your hands, how could you have a remnant soul of her? I've seen a lot of people in my life, but it's the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you." Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disgust. He then looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people and said, "Senior, I didn't kill your daughter. On the contrary, I saved her life from someone else." "Is that so?" The patriarch of the Fire Foam people didn't believe him. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Bing Ruining. "The person who wanted to kill your daughter was actually her." "Qin Feiyang, don't slander us." The middle-aged man's face changed slightly as he looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. The white-haired old man immediately looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people and cupped his hands. "Sir, you must be clear. Don't be deceived by a human. Although our two races have never been on good terms, I believe that Princess Ruining would never do such a thing." Bing Ruining also looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people and sighed. "Uncle, I'm at fault." Everyone present couldn't help but look at Bing Ruining. "At that time, I had the chance to save sister from Qin Feiyang. But because I underestimated him, sister was almost killed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If uncle wants to blame me, I'm willing to accept the punishment." Bing Ruining lowered her head and said with a face full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, their hearts filled with anger. They thought that this woman had found her conscience and was ready to confess. But they never expected that she would put on such a show for everyone to see. It was true that despicable people were invincible. They had never seen such a shameless person. Especially when she was a woman. Did she not have any sense of shame? The patriarch of the Fire Foam people looked at Bing Ruining, the white-haired old man, and the middle-aged man. Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was obvious that the patriarch of the Fire Foam people had chosen to believe Bing Ruining. He had expected that even if he found the patriarch of the Fire Foam people, he wouldn't be able to get away safely. "Damn you!" The white-eyed wolf couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people. "Everything we said is true. We even saved your daughter's life. How can you believe that bitch's words? If I knew this would happen, I would have destroyed your daughter's soul with a slap so that you would never see her again. You're courting death. The patriarch of the Fire Foam people was furious when he heard that. Bing Ruining sneered. She looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Since you said that I killed my sister, please show me the evidence. Why are you so arrogant? Let's wait until she wakes up and see what she has to say." The white-eyed wolf shouted. "You're just trying to buy time." Bing Ruining sneered. She looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people and said, "Uncle, do you know why they killed my sister? Because they wanted to steal the God-slaying tablet, and the God-slaying tablet is with them now." The patriarch of the Fire Foam people couldn't hold back his murderous intent anymore. "See, our words have no credibility in front of the patriarch. But this Bing Ruining can easily kill us." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf. His tone was full of helplessness. "That damn bitch. She better not let me leave here alive. Otherwise, she will cry sooner or later." The white-eyed wolf stared at Bing Ruining. His eyes were extremely vicious. Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at the patriarch of the Fire Foam people and said, "Senior, I know it's hard for you to believe me. But I believe that with your intelligence, you should be able to think of a reason." The patriarch of the Fire Foam people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "If I really killed your daughter, I could have used her soul to threaten you. But I didn't. Instead, I gave it to you immediately. Isn't this enough to explain everything?" Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 3557. The Fire Foam people's chief was taken aback. After pondering for a while, he felt that it made sense. Usually, when faced with such a hopeless situation, one would use all means to blackmail the other party to fight for a way out. However, this human in front of him had given his daughter's remnant soul to him without hesitation. Just think about it. How could a person who was truly harboring evil intentions hand over the chips in his hands to others so easily? What a trick. But at this moment, Bing Ruining's voice was full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Bing Ruining. What was this woman up to? At the same time, the Fire Foam people's chief also looked at Bing Ruining suspiciously. "Uncle. This is how smart he is. If he had used my sister's remnant soul to blackmail you from the beginning, he would have gone against the entire Foam people. He would have died without a doubt. He knew this very well. That's why he took the initiative to return my sister's remnant soul to you. He used it to cover up his crime and win your sympathy and trust." Bing Ruining looked at the Fire Foam people's chief and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She sneered and said, "You are really smart. However, we Foam people are not fools. How could we let you have your way?" Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. This woman's ability to turn black into white was not small. "What? Did I expose your lie and become angry out of humiliation?" Looking at Qin Feiyang's clenched fists, Bing Ruining said with a mocking face. "Damn you!" The white-eyed wolf roared. This shameless woman really refreshed his worldview. "Uncle. They killed my sister and snatched the God-slaying tablet. This is a challenge to the dignity of the Foam people. They should not be punished. Most importantly, he has the purple gold dragon blood." Bing Ruining looked at the Fire Foam people's chief and said word by word. "Purple gold dragon blood?" The chief of the Fire Foam people was taken aback. He quickly sized up Qin Feiyang. Previously, because he was too concerned about his daughter's safety, he didn't pay much attention to the purple gold dragon blood in Qin Feiyang's body. Now that he took a closer look, it really was the purple gold dragon blood. How could a human possess purple gold dragon blood? Could it be, as if he had thought of something, the pupils of the Fire Foam people's chief constricted, and wisps of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang also felt the killing intent of the Fire Foam people at the first moment, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that it would be impossible for him to escape safely today. But now, there were so many experts and sovereigns in the Foam people, and there was also the space-time barrier that sealed off the inner region. How could they possibly escape? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang glanced at the remnant soul in the hands of the Fire Foam people. It seemed that, now, he had no choice but to take this step. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he suddenly looked towards the sky and shouted, "Dragon King!" "What? Dragon King?" The faces of the Fire Feng people changed as they looked up. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed the remnant soul of the lady in the phoenix robe, and then retreated at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang, the Fire Feng people realized that they had been tricked and immediately burned with anger. Bing Ruining and the others also stared angrily at Qin Feiyang. Even now, he still dared to deceive them. The white-eyed wolf, the horsetail whisk, and the sword of the Grim Reaper. Looking at this scene, they suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was taking a gamble. "Senior, I'm sorry. You forced me to do this." Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine soul of the lady in the phoenix robe and shouted, "Get out of my way right now, or I'll crush your daughter's remnant soul and perish together with her." "How dare you?" the Fire Feng people roared. "I'm not even afraid of the dragons. Why should I be afraid of the Feng people? At most, I'll just offend one more person." Qin Feiyang sneered. The sword of the Grim Reaper and the horsetail whisk were also ready to fight to the death. "Uncle, do you see it? This is his front view," Bing Ruining said in a deep voice, but her eyes were full of coldness. How dare he use this lady's remnant soul to threaten the Fire Feng people? What was the difference between this and seeking death? The Fire Feng people's face darkened. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. Get out of my way right now." Qin Feiyang clenched his fist and grabbed the remnant soul of the lady in the phoenix robe. "Don't." The Fire Feng people's face changed and quickly retreated to the side. However, Bing Ruining, the middle-aged man, and the white-haired old man held the three divine weapons and stared at Qin Feiyang without moving. Seeing this, the Fire Feng people looked at the three of them and shouted, "Get out of my way." Bing Ruining frowned and said, "Uncle, if you let them go, you'll be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Do I have to sacrifice my daughter? Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The Fire Feng people said angrily. The three of them looked at each other with uncertain expressions. After a long time, Bing Ruining stared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, "Get out of my way. They can't use the space-time transmission device in the region anyway. Even if they leave the inner area, they can't escape the region." The middle-aged man and the white-haired old man retreated to the side with their respective divine weapons. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf retreated to the side of the barrier and shouted, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, horsetail whisk, split the space-time barrier." The two divine weapons instantly recovered and attacked the barrier. A crack appeared. Immediately, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the horsetail whisk rushed out of the barrier without looking back. They crossed the underworld river and fled toward the central area. "Chase!" the Fire Feng people and Bing Ruining ordered at the same time. A group of people also rushed out of the space-time barrier and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. More and more experts from the Feng people rushed over after hearing the news. These people were almost all high-level figures of the Feng people. Each of them exuded an extremely strong aura. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Fire Feng people and the others who were following closely behind and frowned. "Little Qin Zi, we can't escape. Let's take it one step at a time," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Sand dune. Yun Xiang looked at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the others left with flickering eyes. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here?" Suddenly, a shout was heard. Three people from the Feng people landed around Yun Xiang with cold eyes. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He looked at the three people and said, "Seniors, I'm just a person who came to the central region to explore. I'm not sneaking around. I'm just scared." The three people looked at Yun Xiang. The cultivation of these three people was not low. Peak Dominator realm. And all of them had mastered the supreme profound of an ordinary law. Seeing Yun Xiang lowering his head and trembling with fear, the three people showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. "Do you know Qin Feiyang?" one of them asked. "Yes." Yun Xiang nodded. "Know him?" Hearing this, the three people's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Seniors, don't misunderstand. Although I know Qin Feiyang, I have nothing to do with him. And now the people outside all know Qin Feiyang. Yun Xiang quickly explained. So you're saying that Qin Feiyang is quite famous outside? The three people were stunned. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly. They have a Dominator divine weapon, how can they not be famous? The three people looked at each other and did not say anything more. They also rushed to chase after Qin Feiyang. Yun Xiang looked at the backs of the three people and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He then turned around and disappeared in another direction. It was worth mentioning that he was not restrained by gravity. Qin Feiyang, do you think you can escape? Somewhere in the central region, Bing Ruining looked coldly at Qin Feiyang in front of her. Qin Feiyang did not answer. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. But it was useless. If he could open a space-time transmission channel, it would be easy to leave the heavy region. But, although he and the white-eyed wolf were not restrained by gravity, they could not ignore the rules of the heavy region. Seeing more and more people in Feng people coming after hearing the news, a feeling of despair filled his heart. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Little Qin Zi, look." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and looked to the front. He saw a white figure walking over step by step in the air. It was too far to see the person's face. But Qin Feiyang could feel a familiar aura. It seemed to be an old friend, but he could not remember it at the moment. The most important thing was, this person was walking in the void. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he seemed to be quite calm. It was as if a god had come to the mortal world, giving people a kind of ethereal aura. As the distance was getting closer, the person's face gradually appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. It's him. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. It was a young man in his 20s. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was outstanding. His facial features were handsome and there was a faint smile on his face. It was worth noting that there was a sacred boundary around the young man in white. This boundary exuded a magical aura as if it could cut off the rules of heaven and earth, allowing the young man to be outside of the rules. I didn't expect to meet him here, the white-eyed wolf murmured. This young man in white was no one else but the son of the ice dragon, the current son of the dragons. He was really an old friend. No wonder he felt familiar. At this time, the people in Feng people also saw the son of the ice dragon, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. How could there be another person who could ignore gravity? Brother Qin, long time no see. The son of the ice dragon stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It's indeed been a long time. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at the group of people in Feng people. He smiled bitterly and said, "But I'm not in the mood to catch up with you at this time. It's okay. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." The son of the ice dragon chuckled, giving people a feeling of closeness. Then, with a wave of his hand, a space-time transmission channel appeared in front of him. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. The people in Feng people also looked at the son of the ice dragon in shock. Not only could he ignore gravity, but he could also ignore the rules of the heavy region and open a space-time transmission channel. Who was this person? When they came back to their senses, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the horsetail whisk immediately rushed into the boundary of the son of the ice dragon. When the people in Feng people reacted, the group had already stepped into the space-time channel. Damn it! Bing Ruining's face was full of anger, and she slashed at the space-time channel. The channel collapsed, but Qin Feiyang and the others did not fall out of the void. Obviously, they had been teleported away. Chapter 3558. The Western Continent. In the sky above a mountain. As a space-time crack appeared, a group of people walked out one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking at the mountains and earth below, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the two sovereign divine weapons felt as if a lifetime had passed. Their experience in the heavy domain these years was even more difficult than the Enmore land. But fortunately, they managed to escape safely. But they never expected that this narrow escape was because of the son of the ice dragon. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, sent the remnant soul of the phoenix-robed woman to the ancient castle, and then looked at the son of the ice dragon standing next to him. The white-eyed wolf also curiously looked at the barrier around them. The aura emitted by this barrier also had a familiar feeling. Even the sword of Thanatos and the horsetail whisk did not take the initiative to return to Qin Feiyang's body this time, as if they were full of curiosity about this son of the ice dragon. The son of the ice dragon glanced at the two sovereign divine weapons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." "Are you mocking us?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "How is that possible? Facing the powerful Feng people, it's already very impressive that you can still take this step." The son of the ice dragon waved his hand. "All right. I'll reluctantly take it that you're praising us." The white-eyed wolf picked his nose, glanced at the barrier around them, and asked, "This should be your innate ability, the god's domain, right?" "God's domain?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. After taking a closer look, the aura was somewhat similar to the god's domain. "That's right. But this is no longer the god's domain of the past." The son of the ice dragon nodded with a smile. "It has evolved." The white-eyed wolf was curious. "Yes. As you can see, today's god's domain is the true god's domain. In the domain, I am the god that rules everything. All the rules are under my control. This is also why I am not bound by the rules of the heavy domain." The son of the ice dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang and white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. Back then, the god's domain could only render the god's art ineffective. Furthermore, the eye of heaven could replicate it. But now, he was actually able to control the rules and dominate everything. Didn't this mean that the god's domain had evolved into a true fighting soul? The son of the ice dragon withdrew his god's domain and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with a smile. "Aren't you going to invite me to the Black Tortoise world? We've known each other for so many years, but I don't think I've been to the Black Tortoise world." "Bring you to the Black Tortoise world?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "What is it? Are you afraid that I have designs on the Black Tortoise world?" The son of the ice dragon looked at the white-eyed wolf in amusement. "TSK." The white-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. With a wave of his hand, two people, one wolf, and two sovereign divine weapons appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. "Little Qin Zi, you really brought him in?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "In the god's domain, he is a god, but in the Black Tortoise world, I am a god. We'll talk about it later. Don't you know his character? Even if he wants to fight, he will do it openly. He won't play those dirty tricks." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "All right, do as you wish. I'll go find Zhao Sai." The white-eyed wolf chuckled and ran out of the Devil's Land. 3 to 4 years in the outside world was more than 1,000,000 years in the outside world. The son of the ice dragon stood in the sky and scanned the Devil's Land, his eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang released his perception to check the situation in the Black Tortoise world. First was the western region's Blood Sea. After all these years, the Blood Sea had been filled, and the entire western region was shrouded in the smell of blood. This blood was enough for him to open the slaughter domain twice. Looking at this scene, he thanked the beings of the Black Tortoise world in his heart. Next was the size of the Black Tortoise world. The current Black Tortoise world had grown to almost 4 times the size of the Divine Land. After some time, it would probably catch up with the entire ancient world. This made Qin Feiyang feel very gratified. Last was the order of the Black Tortoise world. Although more than 1,000,000 years had passed, the order of the Black Tortoise world had not been disturbed at all. The Pei siblings had no experience in the beginning, but now they were familiar with it and managed the Black Tortoise world in an orderly manner. A moment later, the son of the ice dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "It's really a magical place. No wonder so many people want to take the Black Tortoise world from you." Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the son of the ice dragon suspiciously. "From what you're saying, dragons also want the Black Tortoise world. Who doesn't want an independent world?" The son of the ice dragon smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily, looked at the tea garden not far away, and said, "Let's go over there and chat while drinking tea." The son of the ice dragon nodded. The two of them entered the tea garden, and the horsetail whisk and the sword of Thanatos finally returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Tea garden. Although so many years had passed, the stone table was spotless, and the surrounding tea trees were also incomparably lush, emitting a rich tea fragrance. Obviously, this was also the credit of the Pei siblings. Qin Feiyang sat beside the stone table and took out a tea set. As he brewed tea, he smiled and said, "Now, should I call you the Prince of the Dragon Clan, the Divine Son of the Dragon Clan, or the Son of the Ice Dragon? We're all old friends, just call me by my name." "Long Chen," the Son of the Ice Dragon said. "Long Chen," Qin Feiyang muttered and laughed. "After knowing each other for so many years, I still only know your name now. A name is just a code name, it doesn't matter." Long Chen smiled faintly. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How are your mother and sister?" "Not bad. However, they don't have a good impression of you." Long Chen laughed. "That's expected." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Long Chen. "Try it." Long Chen took the teacup, put it to the tip of his nose and asked, nodding, "Not bad, it's a good tea." Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and sighed, "I really didn't expect that there would be a day where we could sit together and drink tea and chat so peacefully." "Yeah." Long Chen was also filled with emotions. The past involuntarily surfaced in his mind, bitter and helpless. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "When I heard that you and the first Prince of the Dragons left the Dragon's Nest and entered the Eastern Continent, I went to look for you, but there was no news of you. What have you been doing all these years? You know about this?" Long Chen was surprised. "Is it difficult?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Ah." Long Chen was stunned, shook his head and laughed. "For you, Qin Feiyang, it's not difficult. In fact, I have been traveling in the Sky Cloud Realm all these years." "Traveling in the Sky Cloud Realm?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Yes. Although I came to the Sky Cloud Realm earlier than you, since Father brought me here, I have been cultivating in the Dragon's Nest and know nothing about the Sky Cloud Realm. Therefore, this time, I parted ways with the first Prince of the Dragon Clan and went around to take a look. It's a sightseeing tour. Until some time ago, I heard people talking about you and the white-eyed wolf entering the realm of gravity, so I went there to see you two old friends." Long Chen smiled. "Sightseeing tour?" Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm afraid only you can be so relaxed, but I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you this time, the white-eyed wolf and I would have been in deep trouble. It's just a small matter. Besides, even if you die, you will die in my hands, right?" Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the teacup, and clinked it with Long Chen across the air. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Long Chen, they were well aware of the relationship between them. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so there was no need to say too much. "I remember that we both comprehended the law of light in the past. How is your progress now?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "Don't mention it. I have comprehended too many laws. The law of light that I comprehended at the beginning has fallen behind." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You are showing off to me." Long Chen was speechless. "You have comprehended the law of space. Do I have the qualification to show off?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Come on, who doesn't know that you have mastered 7 or 8 types of law force? You should have mastered a lot of law force. Last time, your father told me that your growth is faster than mine." "Really? I don't even know myself, how would he know?" "Don't be so modest." The two chatted while drinking tea, looking very harmonious. Those who didn't know would never think that they had been rivals for many years. Half a day passed. Long Chen was ready to leave. Qin Feiyang got up to send him off, but suddenly thought of a question and said, "Brother Long, I wonder if you can help me answer the question in my heart." "What question?" Long Chen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, "What level of law force can block the bombardment of a sovereign divine weapon?" This, Long Chen pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Why do you ask this question?" Qin Feiyang briefly explained the space-time barrier that sealed the inner area. Long Chen heard this, pondered for a moment again, and shook his head. "I don't know the specific situation, but I heard Dragon King mention this kind of thing. It is said that people who have comprehended the ultimate profound seem to have the power to fight against a sovereign divine weapon." "Ultimate profound?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and said in a deep voice, So, someone in Feng people has comprehended the ultimate profound? I'm not sure. I also asked Dragon King if he has comprehended the ultimate profound, but he did not give a direct answer about this matter. Long Chen shook his head. It seems that the people of the 4 forbidden areas are more terrifying than I thought. Qin Feiyang murmured. That's natural. And in addition to the 4 forbidden areas, there are even more terrifying existences. At that time, whether it is you or me, we will have to face them. Long Chen smiled. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You will understand in the future. To be honest, I don't know how strong they are. I even doubt if they exist. However, when Dragon King mentioned these people, his face seemed to be very solemn. I hope that they will not appear in our lifetime. Long Chen smiled. Chapter 3559. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Even the Dragon King, who ruled over the dragons, was so afraid. No kidding, right? Although he didn't know how strong the Dragon King was, as the ruler of the dragon race, he must be the top existence in the Sky Cloud realm. If even he was worried, how terrifying was the Dragon King? Brother Qin, let me ask you a question very seriously. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Speak. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen. If one day, something unimaginable really happens that requires you to abandon your past grudges and join forces with the dragons, are you willing? Long Chen asked. Join forces with the dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang quietly. He didn't urge him, but there was some anticipation in his eyes. After a long time, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Long Chen, and laughed. I'm not willing to join forces, but if it threatens innocent creatures, I won't sit back and do nothing. Hearing this, Long Chen's face immediately revealed a smile, and cupped his hands. Then let's part ways here. It seemed that he had waited for the answer he was waiting for. See you later. Qin Feiyang smiled. After sending off Long Chen, he called the white-eyed wolf back and called Xiao Naughty out. Xiao Naughty observed the god-killing tablet for a moment, and said excitedly, this is a quasi-dominator divine weapon that is about to evolve. Not bad, this trip to the heavy region is not in vain. Not only did he break the limit of his physical body, he also obtained a quasi-dominator divine weapon. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang were also extremely excited. Xiao Naughty explained again. Because it was about to evolve, the artifact spirit had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how they called, it would not wake up. Only after the god-killing tablet had successfully evolved would the artifact spirit awaken on its own. Finally, Xiao Naughty brought the god-killing tablet into the land of Source. This was because absorbing the power of origin could accelerate the evolution of the god-slaying tablet. However, Little Wimp also left a difficult problem for Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Once the god-slaying tablet successfully evolved, how were they going to convince it to stay? Because if he couldn't convince the god-slaying tablet, then he would be making a wedding dress for the phoenix-robed woman. White-eyed wolf had a headache over this matter. Qin Feiyang had already given the god-slaying tablet to it. It was its responsibility to convince the god-slaying tablet. It had gone to great lengths to obtain a sovereign divine weapon, and it didn't want the phoenix-robed woman to benefit from it. But now, the artifact spirit had fallen into a deep slumber and was unable to communicate with him in advance. Because if they could communicate now, they could make the artifact spirit swear a blood oath first. Once the blood oath was made, would the god-slaying tablet still dare to resist? What a worry. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Long Chen told me something just now. What news? White-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, he said that besides the 4 forbidden lands, there are even more terrifying existences in the Sky Cloud realm. Even the Dragon King is afraid of them. Do you believe it? What the hell? How is that possible? He must be scaring you. White-eyed wolf shook its head. I hope so. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment. He smiled and said, let's go to Sky Cloud Island. One man and one wolf left the Black Tortoise realm. They opened a space-time tunnel and descended on Sky Cloud Island. Big brother, I brought you wine. Looking at the empty mountain peak, Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, The little rabbit rushed out from the mountain below. Its eyes were shining as it stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the white-eyed wolf. Me again? The white-eyed wolf pouted and took out 1,000 jars of unparalleled divine wine. The little rabbit waved its paw and the 1,000 jars of unparalleled divine wine disappeared without a trace. It then sized up Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and chuckled. Not bad, you broke through the limits of your corporeal body. You saw through it so quickly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you know who Uncle Rabbit is? How can you hide from Uncle Rabbit's eyes? The little rabbit smiled proudly. Yes, 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 Big Brother is the best. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up and asked with a smile, how are Senior Brother Fengzi and the others? Guess. The little rabbit smiled mysteriously. How can I guess? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Anyway, they are stronger than you. The little rabbit waved its paw and said. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and asked in surprise, they also broke the limit of their physical body? No. The little rabbit shook its head. Then how strong can they be? White-Eyed Wolf sneered disdainfully. Then let's wait and see. The little rabbit chuckled. What about Yun Zhongtian? Qin Feiyang asked. Yun Zhongtian? The little rabbit was taken aback and asked suspiciously, Yun Zhongtian is with you, why are you asking Uncle Rabbit? Chem. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and frowned. He left the multiple regions a long time ago and I told him to come to Sky Cloud Island to look for you. Is there such a thing? I don't know, I didn't see him. The little rabbit shook its head. Didn't see him? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Zhongtian didn't come to Sky Cloud Island after leaving the multiple regions? That couldn't be right. Yun Zhongtian knew that coming to Sky Cloud Island could open the door to his potential, so why would he delay? Could something have happened? He quickly took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone and found that Yun Zhongtian's contract bridge was still there. He immediately sent a message to Yun Zhongtian, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. What is this old man doing? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Something's not right. Qin Feiyang muttered. If Yun Zhongtian left the multiple regions, he would definitely come to Sky Cloud Island at the first opportunity. If Yun Zhongtian had an accident and unfortunately died, the contract bridge would also dissipate. But now, the contract bridge was still there. This meant that Yun Zhongtian was still alive. White-Eyed Wolf asked in surprise, could he have met the dragons halfway? Dragons? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at the little rabbit and said, Big Brother, we'll be leaving first. After saying that, he looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, go to Sea Lion Island. White-Eyed Wolf opened a space tunnel and the man and wolf rushed in like lightning. Inexplicable. The little rabbit looked at the back of the man and wolf and muttered before disappearing into the mountains below. Sea Lion Island. A few years had passed and everything was the same. But Sea Lion's cultivation had improved a lot with the help of the time array. Brother Qin, Brother Wolf. Seeing the man and wolf appear, Sea Lion immediately greeted them warmly. How have you been? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Very good. Also, one day last year, Lord Sea Lion Emperor personally came to Sea Lion Island. Sea Lion chuckled. Why did the Sea Lion Emperor come? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. My lord told me to cultivate well. He's really taking good care of me, but I know that this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, why would Lord Sea Lion Emperor take a fancy to a small character like me? Sea Lion said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, did the little princess of the dragons send me any messages in the past few years? No. Sea Lion shook his head. No. Qin Feiyang frowned. If Yun Zhongtian really fell into the hands of the dragons, whether it was out of good or bad intentions, the little princess of the dragons should have sent him a message to tell him. Qin Feiyang said, give me the Divine Sound Stone. Sea Lion nodded and took out the Divine Sound Stone. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Divine Sound Stone and quickly woke up. Soon, the shadow of the little princess of the dragons appeared. You're out. It's a pity that I didn't die in the heavy domain. The little princess of the dragons giggled. That was because many people had seen Qin Feiyang and the others enter the heavy regions. Thus, after a long time, it was no longer a secret. This was also the reason why the little princess of the dragons didn't send a message to Qin Feiyang. Because in the heavy domain, there was no way to receive a message. Then I'm sorry, it didn't happen as you wished. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The little princess of the dragons joked, then you must have escaped. You even know this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you still remember what I said to you back then? Even if you enter the various forbidden areas and find them, it may not be a good thing. You didn't listen, now you believe me. The little princess of the dragon's mouth was full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, what is the relationship between the Feng people and you dragons? You can investigate this matter yourself. I can only tell you that the Feng people will not help you deal with the dragons. The little princess of the dragons said. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He had already contacted the Feng people, and the Feng people's attitude towards the dragons was not friendly, but why was the little princess of the dragons so sure? Wait. The Feng people's attitude towards the dragons was indeed not very friendly, which made him think that the Feng people could be an ally. But not long ago, when the Fire Feng people learned that he had the purple gold dragon blood, they immediately wanted to kill him. Could all of this have something to do with his purple gold dragon blood? In other words, although the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons was not very good, but at the same time, the Feng people also hated the purple gold dragon blood? The little princess of the dragons said, you can ask me these questions, but I can't give you an accurate answer, so you can slowly investigate it yourself. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and did not force her. Then let me ask you one thing. Is Yun Zhongtian in the hands of the dragons? Yun Zhongtian? I heard that he didn't go to the heavy domain with you. The little princess of the dragons was suspicious. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. It seemed that the little princess of the dragons didn't know either, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly turned off the sound transmission godstone, which made the little princess of the dragons quite angry. What kind of person was this? Little Qin Zi, why do I feel that it's getting stranger and stranger? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy as he handed the sound transmission godstone to the sea lion and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Go to the southern continent immediately and ask Yi Zhongtian. Perhaps Yun Zhongtian had fallen into the hands of the other princes and princesses. And Yi Zhongtian had now gained the trust of these princes and princesses. If that was the case, then he must know the whereabouts of Yun Zhongtian. Southern continent. 7 Stars City. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf changed their appearances and entered the city. At that time, Yi Zhongtian's body was shattered and they did not establish a contract bridge, so they could only come to 7 Stars City and find a way to contact Yi Zhongtian. However, Yi Zhongtian was in the clan's land in the inner city, and the inner city was protected by a barrier, so it was difficult to sneak in. And after a few years, the princes and princesses of the dragons, as well as a large number of followers, must have already reconstructed their bodies and souls, so they couldn't directly barge in now. So, one man and one wolf mingled in the various restaurants of 7 Stars City, and at noon 2 days later, they finally met a few young disciples of the He family. Qin Feiyang used a little trick to get these people to help pass the message to Yi Zhongtian. Of course, these people knew nothing about the identity of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf.